My brother, the first one on that looked like. Oh, I did.
Good morning. Today is Wednesday, August 21st. The time is 9:06. I'm calling the parole board to order. My name is Pete Freeman. I will be the acting chair today. To my left is Mr. Parole. To my right is Ms. Ledoux. Would staff at headquarters please introduce themselves?
Deputy Warden Rochelle Ambo. Shakita McBurney.
Francis Abbott.
Okay, and would the staff and the warden at Angola please introduce themselves?
Sorry for stepping out of line. Deputy Warden Ambo.
Reginald Lamoureux, classification.
J.D. Surgeon, Program Consultant.
Okay, today we're here to hear the case on Mr. Joseph Green. Mr. Green, you are a first felony offender. You were convicted of second-degree murder, sentenced to life. You're a juvenile lifer. You do have a parole eligibility date of 8/21. Nope, there's no parole. There it is. Parole eligibility date of 1/9/2020. Does that sound correct to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what's your name and DOC number, Mr. Green?
Joseph Green, my DOC number is 396-354.
Okay, with the people at Angola that are there to support you, would you introduce yourself, please?
You can stay right there. You can hear
They
you.
can hear you.
Susan Herrera,
And Nicholas Trentacosta.
And your relation to the case?
Go ahead.
we have, in the past, we have represented Joseph Green, and now we are here as his community placement and support.
Thank you. Okay, we also have Mr. Kerry Myers joining us by Zoom. Katrina Bircher, the sister, will speak. And Jane Hogan, his attorney, will speak. Here at headquarters, in opposition, we have Ms. Sharon Yarborough, victim's niece. She will be speaking. James Yarborough, victim's nephew. He will not be speaking. Stephen Phillips, victim's nephew, will be speaking. Melissa Phillips, victim's niece, will be speaking. Mark Wood, Sheriff of Rapides Parish, he will be speaking. Donald Weatherford, Detective of Rapides Parish, will be speaking. Mark Baden, Rapides Parish Sheriff's Office, will not be speaking. Philip Terrell, District Attorney, will be speaking. And Robert Murphy, Rapides Assistant District Attorney, will not be speaking. Did I miss anyone? Okay, well, let's get started with the hearing. Okay, Mr. Green, first I want you to tell me, what did you do to get you in this situation, and why do you think we should consider letting you out today?
So I had a moral obligation. I knew that something was going to take place, that some guys were planning to break in and rob Ms. Rabelais. I didn't come forward, and I didn't say anything about it. And even after, I didn't say anything about what I found that had happened. I was young and kind of naive, and I really didn't have a hold on to the right choices and the right decisions to make. And if I would have knew then what I knew now, I'm pretty sure that it would have turned out differently. I didn't know. But then all the years that I've been here, that I invested into my growth and my maturity. And the momentum of that has been I've not wanted to be in that position of ignorance to not do the right thing. What I should have done, I should have went to someone responsible. I should have told someone what I'd heard prior to. And after I discovered it, what I'd found out, what I've heard was that it transpired, I should have told someone then, and I didn't. the whole thing for my incarceration since I've been here. And every moment that I think about it, I reflect back on what I should have did then, what I should have said then, and I didn't. So what I've been doing since I've been here is pursuing my spiritual growth, my academical growth. And I'm not the 15-year-old. I've matured. I'm not a child anymore. I've matured. And I'm trying to lead by, example, not just in here, but if, the opportunity and every opportunity that comes to me to do the right thing, to help someone, to try to make a moral correction from that incident, I use that as momentum to make sure that I lead by a better example, that,
All right. Warden, what do you have to say about Mr. Green?
Mr. Green is a Middleton City trustee. He's a groundskeeper here at the penitentiary. He has a total of 42 DB reports, with the last one being on March 8th of 2018, which is a Rule 5. He has his GED, carpentry, 100 hours anger management, his parenting skills, T4C, and his Tiger is low. And that's all.
All right. Now we're going to go to the people that are in favor. Mr. Kerry Myers with the Louisiana Parole Project.
Yes, good morning. Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project. We're here for Mr. Green. We were here for Mr. Green 2 years ago when he had his first parole hearing. At that time, obviously, he's here. He was denied. Since that time, Mr. Green had two choices. He could have spiraled into self-pity, or he could have continued working on himself. That's exactly what he's done. He's completed Thinking for a Change. He's continuing to be a member of AA. He's completed Moral Compass and Tapuku. He stayed right up free. He has done essentially what the board asked him to do last time, to continue programming, to continue his maturity and his growth. Parole Project is here to support Mr. Green and with transitional housing for as long as he needs. He'll go through our transitional programming. As a juvenile, he was 15 years old at the time of this offense. As a juvenile, we know that he has a lot to learn about life, about society. He knows that, we know that. We have the capabilities of helping him through those challenges, navigating those challenges of reentry, particularly for someone who went to prison so young. Mr. Green has done everything he's been asked to do. He's 45 years old. He's at a prime age to be employable, and he has employment upon release. He's at a prime age to be a mentor, as he said, to recognize his errors, to help guide those away from the things that led him to prison. We believe Mr. Green is an excellent candidate for release, so we just ask this board to grant his parole today.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Myers. Miss Katrina Bircher, sister.
Yes.
What do you have to say about your brother, ma'am?
What I have to say, I say I'm proud of him, what he done done and stuff, and I miss my brother very much. And I'm hoping to see him to come home.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Next we go to Ms. Hogan. Do you want to speak first, or does Mr. Trinacosta want to speak first?
I'll speak after Mr. Trinacosta and Ms. Herrero, or whichever one of them wants to speak. I'll speak at the end. Thank you.
Mr. Trinacosta.
Good morning. We met Joseph a number of years ago while we were working on another client's case, and he was involved in the same case that Mr. Green was involved in. And we got to know Mr. Green through investigation and trying to piece together exactly what happened at Ms. Rabelais' house. We uncovered evidence that demonstrates that what Mr. Green just told you is true. He knew about the plan before it happened, and he knew what happened after. He was not involved physically in the event that led to Ms. Rabelais' life. We have seen Mr. Green grow a lot through the years, and I'm going to let my wife speak for a minute on the fact that we will support him every day, every step of the way. We are his community placement after he's finished with the parole project placement. You want to say a few things?
I would just add that we will welcome him into our family. We will welcome him into our church. He already has a spot in our RCIA Bible study. He'll be asked to join ministries in our church. We will help him find jobs. We will be his life coaches and godparents for as long as he needs us. We have never, ever contemplated bringing a client or a former client home to our house. I don't think we ever will again. This is a very unique circumstance. I would think Joseph is a very special person, and we feel like we could, with our support, we feel like he'll be really successful. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, Ms. Hogan.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. Just a few things. I understand that this is a very challenging case for the board. It has always been a challenging case. It was a challenging case 3 years ago. I understand that there is a lot of opposition to Mr. Green's release. And this is a unique case because it is a juvenile matter, because Joseph was resentenced to life with the possibility of parole without opposition from the state. And so that's essentially what this board is tasked with doing, is not just evaluating the level of opposition against Joseph, it's also tasked with evaluating whether the past 29 years Joseph has demonstrated maturity and rehabilitation sufficient to prove that he is not permanently incorrigible, that he is not the worst of the worst juvenile offenders. And looking at his record, long before there was a Miller or a Montgomery decision, Joseph was taking steps to rehabilitate himself. He earned his GED in 2008. He became a tutor, educational clerk. He got his carpentry trade. He became a tier walker, a nurse's aide. He did these things to give back to other people. And as Mr. Myers told you, after he was denied parole a few years ago, and he was encouraged to increase his trustee status and to stay right up free and to seek additional programs. I believe that Joseph has recently, his trustee status has increased to, he's a B trustee now. I'm not sure if he lives at Camp D, and so the programming opportunities there are not as numerous as there are at Maine Prison. But Joseph, the day that he got back from his last hearing, he enrolled in every program that he could. He's currently takes 5 classes a week. He's getting his driver's license. He's had the same job now for 6 years. He has a low risk of recidivism. And so all of these things point to demonstrated maturity and rehabilitation. And I would also point the board to Directive 3304, which outlines different considerations in these juvenile cases. And one of them is to evaluate the circumstances which brought in the circumstances that the individual was living in prior to their incarceration. And as outlined in the memo, I won't rehash it, but Joseph had to call his childhood dysfunctional, I believe, is a mild term for what Joseph lived through. He was 15 years old when he came to prison. He was living pillar to post. His He was surrounded by adults who were all drinking and had substance abuse problems. He suffered physical abuse, he suffered emotional abuse, neglect, all of those things. And throughout the past 30 years, he has really blossomed into a responsible human being who has the trust of his attorneys, his former attorneys, Nick and Susan. He has the full support of the Parole Project. And we would ask that this board consider all of that. I know that this is a difficult case. I know that there is opposition. But in light of the fact that the past 30 years, he has demonstrated sufficient maturity and rehabilitation to prove that he is not the worst juvenile offender, we believe that continuing to incarcerate Joseph would essentially constitute cruel and unusual punishment, and that he has shown that he is worthy of a second chance. And so for these reasons, we would ask this board grant his parole today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hogan. Okay, now that we go into the opposition, Ms. Sharon Yarborough, victim's niece. If you could go to the podium, please, ma'am. If you can speak. Okay.
My name is Sharon Gino Yarborough. I am a niece of Rita Ramley. She was my father's sister. She was the victim, Joseph Bean Green, whom you are proposing to give parole to in this hearing. I'd like to ask you to give my feeling, thoughts and fears about. I would like to give you my feeling about thoughts and fears about Mr. Green being released from prison on parole. He was found guilty by a jury of his peers and received life without parole as his sentence. Mr. Green was participating in gang initiation with intent to rob, beat to death by fear and. At his trial, he was found guilty of second-degree murder. He was sentenced by the judge without life without parole. Our family assumed that he would remain in prison until he died. This is what we were told by the judge who sentenced him. The gang was well prepared to break into my aunt's home, to beat her all over her body, including her face, neck, head. That wasn't enough for me. They went to her kitchen and brought out her butcher knives and began taking turns stabbing her. She had stabbed once on her face, neck, and chest. This is information that we found out while sitting through the courtroom during trials. Not the thing that we knew at that time going in. It was heartbreaking to hear what we had to hear in the courtroom. And it took a toll on all of our, my daughter, my husband, my mother. My mother is the one who went to Rita's house the day she was killed. She'd been to St. Rita's Church and found that my Aunt Rita was not at church that morning. She was a devout Catholic. Rita was a devout Catholic. She attended Mass daily, every day. She did work at the church, or volunteer. She was a good, honest woman. I've never known her to tell a lie. I've never known her to to be ugly, to be talked disparaging to anyone. She was a woman dedicated to Christ. Had we not been in the courtroom for all these hearings and motions and decisions and deliberations, we would not have known about all the injuries my aunt was subjected to. I was very shocked and upset when the trial completed. Could not sleep, not function normally. My medical doctor told me I had to get counseling and therapy. It's put a fine on our budget. One of our daughters and our son also had to seek counseling to get help to cope with traumatic events. My son was with me at my aunt's house after my mother called and said that Aunt Rita was not at church. And she'd gone to her house and the door was open and she went in and she called for Rita and she didn't get an answer. She called for Rita's dog, who was always by her side, and there was no dog to be found. So my mother called me and asked me to come help her look for Rita. I called my son, who lived in his own home, and I told him what was happening. I left. After I called my son, I left and I went to my aunt's house. My son followed me there from his house. And I regret that I brought my son into this problem, because when my aunt's body was found, shoved into a closet, the chest of drawers, pushed in front of it to get closed. When that door was open, the police officer that was there was behind, pulled the door open, he was behind the door. My son was in front of the open door. And when he looked into the closet.
Can you wrap it up, ma'am, please? Time restraints. That's okay.
He was shocked and he was very, very hurt. He had a close relationship with my aunt. All of my children. So he was traumatized when the door was open. And he saw his aunt's body laying on the floor full of blood. Every court hearing we attended just crumbled our therapy that we all received. Each time we went to court, a little more about all of that came back from our head. My aunt lived alone. Her husband had been deceased. She had one child who was killed in a plane crash when he was a senior in college. My mother had paid a funeral cost for my dad's sisters. Thank God my daddy had died in this August, just before the same year Rita was killed. My dad couldn't have made it. He was going forward and hearing all that. He was not I was actually blessed by God in that. Brutal martyrdom is all about time. We were worried, we were scared. We did not know who had done this. And we didn't know what all had happened. This woman was the same that walked on her. She helped everyone. God was in me. It is a shame that Joseph Green didn't have one bit of goodness for the rabble they gave to others. He chose to be greedy, not compassionate at all, only thought of his basic wants and desires. This kind of person does whatever they have to do to get by and get what they want. His meanness, beating people, running with gang buddies, making sure wants and desires were met, is all he cared about. I beg you to keep Joseph Green in prison where he belongs. Why do I say that? It's an easy answer. He's hateful. He's not God-loving, or he wasn't. He only cared about himself and what he wanted. He has never apologized to the family, our family, the awful things that he did to my aunt. He has not been ordered to do anything to help with the process involved with the actions he took on that day. It was easy for him to do to her great bodily harm. He had opportunities to go to the police and tell what planned. Tell them the murder was planned and when it was scheduled to take place. But he didn't do that. He didn't go to the police. Stop for a minute and think how you would feel if it's in your aunt, your mother, your wife, your daughter. Give it serious thought. Joseph Green deserves to stay in his jail cell until he no longer has a breath to breathe. He didn't allow my Aunt Rita Rattling a second chance to breathe, live, walk, go to mass, visit her family. Nothing. He gave her nothing but death. I want you to know that I'm a Christian, Catholic, Roman Catholic, and I believe in God, and I believe that God does rightly punish people like Joseph Green. He deserves a sentence for failure at his crimes, or he played in on Dad's murder. He never harmed anyone in her life. If this board decides to give him what he's asking for, you will all be liable for the next person that you want. Pray to God. You will reach the decision on this matter to keep Joseph Green and people on the persons.
Thank you, ma'am. Please try to keep it to 3 minutes. We got 11 cases today, and I understand, and I really appreciate if y'all try to keep it to 3 minutes. Mr. Stephen Phillips, victim's nephew.
Good morning, my name is Stephen Phillips, and my wife was the great niece of Rita Rattling. I thank the Lord for allowing me to moments to speak. Yes. I was familiar with this case shortly after it came to be in October of '94. The fear that what inmate Green, along with his 8 co-conspirators, came to be, put our community in such a fear that they did not know what would be next. who would we? As things progressed, finally, names came out. We started hearing more or less what you read in the news media, but we still didn't know everything involved. It just so happened in 2000, I became employed by the Rapid Parish Sheriff's Office, currently lieutenant with the criminal investigation. A little bit by myself. First 8.5 years, I worked sex crimes against children, cold cases, and violence. And you can ask any man on the back row, including my boss, the worst of the worst. I promise you, I have seen the devil in the and Mr. Green is one of them. And I say Mr. Inman. He's where he needs to be. I had the opportunity when I was in the police academy many years ago to be involved in the case study. It just so happened to be his case. And I can tell you of the worst cases and the things that I've seen, it is definitely in the top 5 of the worst. I've read the autopsy, I've seen them, I've been very versed with those type of things. Some of the injuries that you may or may not know about that were described on her were bruising, different lacerations, and swelling and other things that were going on at the time of the body. These are things that don't happen when you die. These are things that linger on your death at night. So the things that Joseph Green and his conspirators did on that day wasn't just barbaric, to be polite. It was torture. She did not die right. Court information related to the case indicates that some of the co-conspirators even said she was begging for help. Joseph did. To this day, he has never apologized to my family. To Rita, the one who's here, for help or taking. All he wants to say is, I knew about it before, I should have said something, I knew about it after. It's been through my experience in almost over 24 years that typically when you talk to somebody of his character, more of a say bad individual, they'll want to tell you about what little bit they done and what little bit after. They won't tell you what happened in the middle. I can tell you information indicated. I can tell you what his co-conspirators. Each partook in at least 2, if not 3, conspiracy, different times of sitting down one of Mouse Cafe, in which they conspired to go kill the white woman so they could get her money. They thought she had the jewelry, a gun, maybe even her car. Why? Gang initiation. We're going to show everybody how bad we are. It was also learned that he was the lookout. It was also learned that he brought items to the crime. It was also learned that he went inside the house and physically partook in the situation and murder of Rita. And that's who needs to be remembered today.
Right, we got the reports.
And I understand y'all have, but this individual here has never once. And that's what I can't understand. I've been involved in other parole hearings. But in order to even start considering to give leniency or give him an opportunity at parole, it might be first to know that he's willing to accept his responsibility and his work. So to actually come up and say, I made a mistake. And I know he is definitely one of the worst of the worst. And I pray and I ask and I beg that with the position y'all have in conclusion, to continue to protect our community and protect my family so they are not re-victimized by allowing this barbaric and heinous person.
Thank you. Okay, Miss Melissa Phillips, victim's niece.
Thank you, University of Illinois, for allowing me to speak this morning and try to get a short comments.
Thank you.
Mr. Green was one of 9 individuals who participated in murdering Rick Parole on October 21st, 1994, targeting 1 million people for 83rd birthday. He was convicted of second-degree murder. He sentenced to life in prison without being sent to parole. Because of Miller and Montgomery, his leader sentence for life and changed the world. Miller and Montgomery gave lifers a second chance at life. About victims, where's their second chance to live? They're not awarded that second chance. In my opinion, the offenders have more rights than the victims these days. I feel like they're being rewarded for their crimes. The actions of the non-offenders affected my life. I was 19 years old at the time of the murder. I was unable to sleep at night. The night the murder happened, father had to sit at the edge of my bed, so I fell asleep that night. I couldn't be alone. I logged in my sense of security, couldn't stay home alone. Questioned my faith, something I never did before. Couldn't understand how God let this happen to a woman who was at church 7 days a week. A woman who fed the homeless and clothed the poor. She told us to bury the dead. We had a funeral for a squirrel that was dead in the front yard. She prayed for the woman who broke into her house and stole the purse. As she was running out of the purse, she said, "I'm going to pray for you." Rita was the definition of a Christian, and she would have given these boys anything they just asked. And if someone could murder an 82-year-old woman who devoted her life volunteering at church and lived her life to God, well, I thought the same thing could happen to me, because I wasn't that old. I didn't get to grieve because of the mayor. I couldn't think of Aunt Rita without seeing what happened to her. And those thoughts were in my brain, and I was just having to shift my thoughts away from her altogether and think of something else. 4 generations of my family have been affected by this crime. I named my youngest daughter Rita in her memory, and she let it be known that she would never let anyone call her Aunt Rita because she was scared too. My daughters have been through these legalities of murder. We've spent the last 30 years fighting for justice for Rita. We will continue to do so until our last breath. We've been in and out of court for hearings, trials, resentencings, parole hearings, and anything else dealing with the non-offenders. I missed many days and weeks of work for these proceedings because I'm determined that Aunt Rita is represented. We may not be able to speak, but our presence will be known. Each time I attend these events, the memories of that day flood my mind, and it leaves my body and my mind numb for days. At the parole hearing on March 17, 2021, I learned of several accomplishments Mr. Green achieved, such as receiving a GED, becoming an educational clerk, tutor, becoming a nurse's aide, blah, blah, blah. My favorite one, receiving a degree in theology. All of these achievements are at yours and my expense. No matter how many anger management courses and re-entry courses he's taken, the amount of people it took to make him capable of participating in this crime will not be erased. Over the plus 20 years of being incarcerated, he's had over 42 write-ups. These write-ups were received in a controlled prison setting. Imagine the trouble he'll get into upon being in prison. Many parole criminals reoffend. I ask you to think of our family when you decide whether to deny or grant parole to Judge Green. Or my Aunt Rita, unless you may. I beg of you to prevent other families from having to go through the suffering and pain that we did. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Mark Wood, Sheriff of Rapid Parish.
Morning, thank y'all for letting me speak. I'll be very brief. Look, I've been using a lot of folks, talked to a lot of individuals and things, but listening to Mr. Green is not accepted what he did. He wants to stay out of balance. Still ain't accepted what he did. That was a horrific murder. I mean, it was planned, they were in on it, they planned it, they brought stuff to the scene. They just didn't go in there and murder out of rage to rob. They went in there for. So I am asking the board, please keep bring where it's at. I think he gets what Miss Radley didn't get. At least gets the lead. And he needs to stay right where he's at. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Mr. Donald Weatherford, Detective from Rapides.
Good morning. I was I'm with the sheriff's office now, but I was with the Delaware Police Department for 26 years, and I was the investigator working around a murder case along with my partner. Few things I want to tell you, I what the sheriff says, Mr. Green, listened to this morning, still not admitted to going in the house with me. He wants to distance himself from things, but I want to point out a few things to you. There was never some gang activity in this. It was a section of the southern border area of Alexandria and the area where Mr. Green lived. Those factions were trying to meet together. They chose a neighbor of one of the defendants. They were meeting prior to discussing how to go in and rob this woman. These were ages 15 to 23 versus an 82-year-old widow who lived in the home alone. They coveted her jewelry, they coveted her car. They wanted to go in. Rabelais got that morning, it was a normal morning. She got her coffee, she got her newspaper. She intended on going to, and these folks invaded the home. Brutality of this homicide. Through the 40 years, I've never seen this type of brutality. There were stabs, there were beating, there were kicking, there were kitchen utensils used. We need a partner's family with blood on. I mean, anything that could be used to beat this woman. Testimony was given where she begged for mercy. Gas was given when she got the final stab in the side. Co-defendant's name, Mr. Green, is being inside the home, being a participant, throwing those blows, helping with that, and then participating in the sticking her in a closet, moving furniture around. The house was then attempted to be cleaned. Things were thrown in the sink and washed. Thank God, the gloves that was Mr. Green, I believe, brought to the scene. He had a family member who was on home health care at that time. Gloves were ready and available. All these guys were gloves. Fortunately, technology-wise, we could get a fingerprint out of those gloves. The guy that matched gave Mr. Green up. Bloody footprint was found. These guys, what I want to stress to you is, I understand it was 15 at the time, but they were planning well in advance. This was not just the night before. This attack happened at 6:37 in the morning. So teenagers don't get up at 6 o'clock in the morning and say, we're going to do this. It just proves that these were discussed a week before, a day before, the morning of, and then they implemented and carried it out, and then they concealed it best they could, trying to clean up things. So the immaturity part may be an argument, but it doesn't work in these days. This was a heinous act, unlike Alexandria had ever seen. Now it's been up to 182-year-old victim. I believe Mr. Grant where he needs to be.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Philip Terrell, DA of Rapides Parish.
Thank you. Good morning, members. Well, to our Rapides Parish DA on behalf of the state of Louisiana, people of Rapides Parish, the victims of this legal rival and victims safety. On October the 24th, 1994, Sharon Yarborough
Sorry, I think that Mr. Terrell is muted. We can't hear.
Please, Mr.
Y'all can't hear me, I'm sorry. On 10/24/1994, Miss Sharon Yarborough went to her aunt's house, Miss Rita Rabelais, and police officers, and they later made a grisly discovery. Miss Rita Rabelais had been brutally murdered by a group of young men, including Joseph Green. Y'all know the story. I'm not going to go back through it and recount it. We'll waste anybody's time. The boards read all of the material. Victims that testified about it. Mr. Green skirted his responsibility. He saved me a bunch of time talking about all the stuff that I was going to talk about. He's not taking any responsibility. He didn't do it. He knew it was going to happen. He should have told somebody it was going to happen. He should have told somebody it after that. Y'all heard Don Weatherford. Don Weatherford was a detective at the Alexandria Police Department. Don Weather retired after almost 30 years. And then he became the chief. What he can tell you, he became the chief of police at the Highland Police Department, served there for another 15 years. Now, after he retired from that, he's worked with cold cases for the Rapids Parish Sheriff's Office. He's extremely well-respected law enforcement official. Don investigated one of the most heinous crimes in the history of the state of Louisiana, where this wonderful 82-year-old saint of a lady who was a seamstress in Wells Department Store in Alexandria, Louisiana, forever and ever and ever. She weighed 110 pounds and she was 5 feet tall. And when she retired from Wellens, she went to work volunteering at St. Rita's Church. Everybody called her St. Rita. And what she did, she sewed investments for the priest and all the people that all work there at the church. That's what she did. She went to church every day. And you heard her niece testify, or great niece testify about when a young lady broke in her house and stole the purse, and she said, "Oh, y'all pray for me." That's the kind of lady. And there's some notes in there about there was some testimony at the trial about one of these young men used to do some work for her, and Miss Rita would let him borrow her lawnmower to cut other people's grass to make money. That's the kind of lady Miss Rita. That's not the kind of person Joseph Green is. He's not taking responsibility for what he did. He helped murder her. So there are two little groups of kids in Refuge Parish, and they want to be Crips. And that was a no-no. We didn't talk about that in Refuge Parish back in the 90s because people were scared to talk about that. So that didn't come out in court. I don't know why I wasn't the DA then. I don't know what people were thinking about that. But that's what the record, that's what all these records reflect. So that didn't come out of court, but that's the truth. That's all in all the records. So these kids are going to prove that they're worthy to the other Crip gang. Well, I was watching the military channel the other night, reflected on, well, how do tough guys prove that they're tough? Well, are they warriors? Well, no, warriors fight people who are tough as them, right? Derelicts and trash hurt people that are not tough as them. That's what we have here. What kind of person goes and hurts an 82-year-old saint to prove that they're a tough guy? Can they be rehabilitated? Do they deserve to be on the street? Do they deserve to be in society? Miller and Montgomery, I guess it has been. And I guess 15-year-olds who commit crimes can be rehabilitated. Supreme Court, I don't think that the burden worse and worse applies to the parliament because the courts. But I do know that the Supreme Court left the pardon board with the ultimate authority to decide when a person that should be granted parole or pardon. Parole. You folks have the ultimate authority to determine when justice is served. And I would submit to you today that justice would not be served in this case for Rita Rabelais and these victims here today for Mr. Joseph Green to be granted parole. And I would have on behalf of Ms. Rabelais, these victims here today, the state of Louisiana, the folks in Parish Rapids, to deny this. Thank y'all so much for this.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Mr. Green, your case has been assigned to Ms. Ledoux, so please answer any questions that Ms. Ledoux has for you.
Good morning, Mr. Green. You did have a hearing in 2021 and you were asked to do some programming. And I've looked through the file consistently and I only see one program that you've taken since 2014 to 2024, and that was Thinking for a Change. You had taken a victim awareness class early on. I think you started it again, but tell me why we have that lapse there.
And it was from 2014, the dates, I couldn't.
Yeah, 2014 to 2021 are the dates that I'm looking at. So when was the last class you took?
The last class that I've taken was AA.
Okay. Okay, that's not a good time class, but yes, okay, so you were involved in AA.
Yeah.
What about any good time classes? I know you don't get good time, but any of those classes that would be substantial?
I'm currently enrolled in Moral Compass. This is due to I'm in Camp D, and this section of the facility that I'm in is small and it's limited in space. And they're putting modules up for us to have more classes so that the waiting list is extensive. And as my name comes up on the waiting list, that's when whoever names, then they push us in the class. All right, so I just got in Moral Compass. I've been in there for probably a couple of months. I've been in Tupuku a little bit longer than that. And due to security issues to where my Tupuku class was at, they had to close it down. They had to close it down for a few months and relocate us. And I just recently got relocated to another area where I could finish those classes. But I'm currently in 5 of them, 5 classes a week. And this is catch up, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you have been restricted by your location within the facility, is what you're telling me?
That is the area wasn't stable enough. They had general population going in the area to where it wasn't stable enough, so they had to relocate us.
Ms. Ledoux, his last good time class he had taken was T4C. As far as the classes at Camp D, he's been truthful with that. We are building more space so they can't have class there because it was a restriction with the space to accommodate those classes and stuff like that. So he is in class, and as we get space, we're adding more people to the class, but that should change soon because we're going to construct a new building over there.
All right. I just got recently upgraded. I actually tried to move to another part of the facility, so I got my trustee status upgraded from C to B. Then hopefully I could have moved to Camp F like sooner, and that could have had more room for me to move around to get into the classes that I need to get in. But my trustee status, when it did get upgraded, it got upgraded kind of late, and I wouldn't have had enough time to move from one part of the facility to the next.
Ms. Ledoux, I'm sorry to interrupt. Mr. Green did take victims awareness in 2020. That's a good time class.
Okay, right. Are you there because you have, or your housing is based on concerns within the institution about known problems or known enemies?
No enemies, man. I'm locked in for the job. The job that I got kind of keeps me in this one spot. And I've been assigned to the job that I have as a groundkeeper for a few years, about 6 years, something like that.
Notice you had the evaluation from your supervisor was good. Mr. Green, I know a lot of people are not aware of how much information we receive on cases. Your file submitted to me had 432 pages. Okay, and I read them all. And even after reading all 432 pages, I still am very confused about your role in the commission of the crime. Of the 9 defendants, or 9 people involved, there were 4 people by the name of Joseph. Okay, So in reading this, I'm trying to figure out which Joseph are we talking about here? It was very clear that you offered gloves for the commission of the crime. I think that was brought out and it was very clear to me. What was your role in this crime?
Ma'am, I knew about it prior before it happened. And after it had happened, I knew that it had happened. I did not go to any responsible adult. I did not tell anyone prior to or after. It doesn't mean that.
Were you there the night, day that it was?
The night that the crime happened or the morning? No, ma'am, I was not physically there. I knew about it before and I knew about it after. I was in school.
Of the 9 people involved, you were the youngest, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
The oldest was 23.
I think so. 22 or 23.
This is just a question because it's of interest to me personally. I see that you started following some Islamic teaching and then you did some Christian teaching, which
I was spiritually searching. I was trying to find that what was calling to me. So now I went from the Islamic to Christianity. Now I just theology now. To nurture my spiritual part. And it was kind of like trying to search and feel.
do my colleagues have any questions?
I do. So when did you give them the gloves?
So I never gave him gloves.
You never gave the gloves.
I didn't give anyone any gloves.
But your only involvement was knowing about it.
That was a relative of mine that lived with us. The only way that I can see that could have happened. His name is Joseph, but I didn't give anyone any gloves. No, sir.
Okay.
I have one question that kind of goes with these same things. See, you said you were at school when this happened?
As far as I recall, I think I was at school when it happened. I wasn't present when it happened, and I'm believing that it happened during school hours, and I was at school, sir.
Right. So that's the best alibi in the whole world to be able to easily be proved. How did the jury find you guilty with an alibi like that? What happened in court that's wrong for you? Something.
The principal that came to my trial with the school roster and records, and he confirmed that I was at school during the hours that they were given for the commission of the crime. But my guilt lands to me knowing about it before, but that doesn't mean that I'm not as equally guilty as them because I had the responsibility to come forward, and I didn't.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, is the board ready to vote? Okay, Ms. Ledoux, you'll go first since the case was given to you.
Bear with me before I vote. I feel like there's some things that I need to make clear for the record. I do believe in rehabilitation. I do believe people can change and can have a valuable contribution after a commission of a crime. This is a horrible crime. I also believe at 15, with you being the youngest and there being a lot of people older than you influencing you, that I can understand. At some point of me, I understand why gangs are created because of the need for belonging. You have done some good things while you have been in. Mr. Green, you have a good support system, but today's not your day. There's some work to be done. I see that you have a plan going forward. I see you're going into a new trustee status. I see that you have some programming that are going to be available to you. And I really feel like you need a little more time. And so today, my vote is to deny and to encourage you to continue on this path. Thank you for your good discipline record, but this is not the time.
All right.
I'm gonna concur with Ms. Ledoux based on the violent nature of the crime against the elderly victim, the strong law enforcement opposition, and the strong family opposition. I'm gonna have to vote to deny your parole officer.
I concur. Due to the family opposition, law enforcement opposition, my vote is to deny.
Can't fix stupid.
Hello? Hey Donna, it's Ellen. I see you. Oh, hey, can y'all hear me?
You leaving, Cole?
Yeah, you know, I'm
See you later.
Okay, all right. Okay, the parole board is back in session. My name is Pete Freeman. I'm the acting chair. To my left is Mr. Danny Byra. To my right is Ms. Ledoux. We will be your panel today. Would you please state your name and DOC number for the record?
Joe Cockerham, 87877.
Okay. Mr. Cockerham, I'm gonna read some stuff into the record and you let me know if it's true or not. Mr. Cockerham, you are a fifth felony offender with a parole date of 8/14/2005, discharge date of 9/12/2117, and a full term date of 3/1/2184. You were given a 199-year sentence for 2 counts of armed robbery, aggravated escape, and that's it. Does that sound correct to you?
Yeah, yeah, that's correct. What didn't have aggravated escape, simple escape.
Simple
Simple escape.
Aggravated. Okay, that's fine. Attempt. Yeah, they caught you.
Attempt escape and simple escape.
All right, Mr. Cochran. Today, speaking on your behalf will be Kerry Myers, Dustin Carter, and Yvette Russell.
Yes, sir.
Speaking in opposition will be Mr. Randall Myers, George Schifano, Ellie Smith, Ellen Church. Here but not speaking on Zoom will be Carol Casilla, I'm sorry if I'm saying it wrong, Donna Gilbert, and Jan Diaz. Jan will be speaking. Okay, so first off, let's get started. Mr. Cochran, tell me, what did you do to get yourself in this situation, and why should we think about letting you out today?
Well, what I did to get myself in this situation was I committed the act of armed robbery, which I had no business doing. Well, at the time, I was young, and I was getting involved in different situations. I was just young and stupid and foolish, had no sense of direction. And I would like to. I hope the board can find it in their hearts to grant me mercy and forgiveness for the crimes that I committed upon society or the victims of this crime. I had no business participating in these criminal activities. And I have remorseful regrets in my heart for the victims of this crime, because they didn't deserve, what I'd done. They didn't deserve to be victims of this crime. And I was wrong for what I did. And as far as, let me go, I feel like I deserve to be in prison. I deserve to do time for what I did. But I don't feel like I deserve. I've been in prison almost 40 years, but I don't deserve that. I don't feel like I deserve to just die in prison. Because I never took no one life or nothing like that. And I done changed. I'm not the same person that I once was. When I was young, I didn't have the thinking ability at the time that I have now. I'm old now. I experienced the wrong side of life. And I'm not gonna live like that no more. Regardless of whatever the board decision to me, I made a decision in my life to not to live like that no more. Since I've been in prison, I done seen all kind of wrong, everything I experienced, all that. I want to experience the right side of life, to try to, help people and treat people right, try to live on the right side. I done lived up my life on and did all kind of wrong things in life. I don't want to live like that no more, and I'm not gonna live like that no more.
Okay.
I'm not the same person. I done got old. I'm elderly now. I don't have much time left in my life. And I just want to make it right with society. I feel like I owe society that much. Yeah, I deserve to be here. I deserve to do time for what I done. Because I had no business doing it.
Okay, let's get to Mr. Kerry Meyer, Parole Project.
Yes, good morning. Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project. We're here on behalf of Mr. Cockerham to provide reentry support should the board grant him parole today. Mr. Cockerham has been in, as he's said and the board is aware, just short of 40 years. During that time, he is a welder. He continues to work as a welder. That's a responsible position. He has a vocational certification in welding. He has completed substance abuse and living in balance, anger management, thinking for a change. He's certainly worked on himself. As you heard him say, he understands that he deserved the time in prison. And this is a case at 68 years old where Mr. Cockerham is certainly no threat to public safety. And serving 40 years is a significant amount of time on these crimes. And the work that he's done while he's been incarcerated, we're here to help support his transition. It is a very long time to be in prison, and we will help him navigate the reentry path. We will be able to provide him with that support. Once he leaves us, he has long-term support, housing, he has employment pending. And so we just ask this board to consider the factors of the time served and his age, his reentry plan, and grant his parole today.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Dustin Carter, son?
Yes.
Carter?
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Understand?
You don't have to stand up. We can see you. Just say what you have to say about your father.
Oh, good morning. How y'all doing? My name is Dustin Carter. I'm the son of Joe Cockerham. I'm here today on his behalf to support him. I'm 39 years old. I'm a full-time officer for the Army Corps of Engineers, and I'm also an full-time security officer at West Jeff Medical Hospital in Marrero, Louisiana. My dad's been in here as long as I've been born. I've been visiting him since I was about 3, 4, 5 years old. And that's all I can remember. It's just coming up here, just visiting him like this. And since I was a child, and I just want to be able to spend some time with him and be free. I think with this happening in my life, just got the opportunity. I think with this happening in my life, this kind of always made me just seeing different things in New Orleans and all the violence and different things that go on. I never got the chance, the opportunity to spend time with my father. I would see other people, whether I'm in school or neighborhood, just different things coming up. They'll have their dad in their house so around and be able to spend time with them. And I didn't have that in life. I have a 10-year-old myself, and just experiencing something like this, I think that what made me want to do good in my life. And that's why, I'm there for my son. I've been there for him since he's been born. And that's why I'm leading him on the right path to not ever get into any trouble or making any mistakes in life. I believe that he's a changed person. like I said, I also study criminal justice, and I have extension education in the law. And I can see from, like I said, from coming up here and talking to him and been visiting him over the years, I believe that, he deserved a second chance and to be able to come home and spend time with his family. I also see that, he has remorse for what he did, and he served, almost 40 years. And I believe that, I'm sorry.
I need you to kind of wrap it up.
Okay, but yeah, I would just say I believe that he deserved a second chance.
Okay, and thank you for speaking today. Appreciate it. You ought to be proud of it, Mr. Cocker. Next, we'll have Yvette Russell, son's mother.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Ms. Russell.
Okay, I've been bringing Dustin up here since he was 3 years old. I've been knowing Joe since I was about 8 years old. Him and my brother were best friends. And when I met him, they went to the job court for the welding and stuff together. And so when I would bring Dustin up here, when I started bringing Dustin up here with Joe's mother, Miss Martha Cockerham, and we were bringing him up here all together, together all the time and stuff. I've been bringing him since again, like I say, since he was 3. And he would always tell Dustin, how important it was to stay out of trouble. And whatever you do, don't come up here. I don't want you up here, whatever you do. And I talked to him I've been talking to him on the phone since 2015. And I know that he have changed, because when I first started coming, he never talked about God. Now he does a lot of praying, and he'll call and ask me, have I read the Daily Bread? And have I read the Daily Bread and stuff? And my grandson come over every week. And while Dustin was small, he used to, be saying that he, if he ever won the lottery, he would, get his dad out of jail. So when my grandson, who's 10 now, I've been bringing him up here along with Joe's mother, who's ill. She's in a nursing facility now, and has dementia. And the last time that we came up here together, me, Dustin, my grandson, Lil Dustin, and Joe's mother, Miss Martha Cockerham, we all took pictures and everything. And like I said, unfortunately, she's not able to make it up here anymore because she's, again, in the nursing facility. But she always, wanted, she always would say, I just want to see, Junior come home and stuff like that.
All right. You have anything to say?
And I just want to say that, yes, he has made it. God in heaven knows he's made a change from the time that, he came up in here. He's not the man that, that he was. And I just want him to be able to, help me raise our grandson, because he wasn't here to help me raise our son. So I'm just asking, that you all forgive him and please give him another chance, and I know that he's going to do better because he done got old now. Joe not the same person that he was when I was 8 years old and he was 9 years old. He's not that person anymore. God in heaven knows he's not. He have changed. God knows he have. Like I said, I've seen the change over the years. And he just want to, be able to come home and be able to be with us. And again, like I said, he's talking to my grandson, even my grandson now, who's 10.
If you wrap it up, we understand what you're saying about your grandson and stuff. Can you wrap up your statement?
Okay, I was just saying that my grandson is looking forward to him to come home so he can be able to bring him to the big truck things and show him how to fish and everything. And like I said, he was telling him also about the same thing he would tell Dustin. He would tell that to Lil Dustin, the same thing. Bro, don't come up here. This ain't no place for you and stuff like that. Stay in school and stuff. The same thing he would tell Dustin. And that's how, like I said, with him talking to Dustin, that's what led him into the law enforcement that he's into today. by his father staying on top of him and, telling him, what type of lifestyle that he needs to lead. And that's what he did. And, in the process of Joe doing all that talking, he wound up into law enforcement and criminal justice and stuff
Yep.
like.
I gotta get you to wrap it up. We got 10 cases.
Okay. And I'm just, throwing mercy on the board and hoping and praying that you all, would, allow him to, another chance, 'cause God is the God of a second chance, he gives many chances, So I'm just hoping and praying, again, like I said, that you all would allow him to be able to come back out in society once again, because he been died off in here. He's suffering with high blood pressure and stuff like that, and he's on a whole lot of blood pressure medicines and stuff like that. And again, like I said, his mother's looking forward to it because she's, in that facility, and she wants to, to be able to see him and stuff because, her health is declining.
Okay,
So, I just hope.
Okay, Warden, what do you have to say?
Yes, sir. Mr. Cockerham is a medium custody inmate here, assigned to Cypress 1, and he works as a welder at the metal fab plant. As Carrie said, he has completed the following classes: anger management, substance abuse, 100 hours. His Tiger is low. He also completed T4C June of this year. He has no GED. He tried the TATE test in 2010 and 2003, but he didn't enroll in any educational programs. He has a total of 64 DB reports, with the last report being 7/30/2022 for room 14.
Okay, let me ask this. Well, then why is he still, if he's doing well, why is he still a medium custody and he has a fair institutional record?
So, like I say, he had been on the custody board since so I can say because of his conduct, to be truthful, that he hasn't been eligible to be a minimum custody inmate.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Okay, now we're gonna go to the people that are in opposition. Mr. George Schifino, I'm sorry, Mr. George, if I
That's
butchered your
okay.
name.
That's okay.
Okay.
I took care of my aunt in her later years after my mother passed away. I will just say that, from what Mr. Cockerham said, he wasn't young when this happened. He was almost 30 years old, and he says he didn't take someone's life, but in many ways he did. My aunt started drinking after this heavily. This really affected her the rest of her life. She became a recluse. She did lose her eyes. She was disfigured and dealt with that and just was embarrassed about her looks where everywhere she went. She lived in fear. She moved away moved out to Jefferson Parish, tried to get away. This really did affect her for the entirety of her life. And it also doesn't sound like he has the best prison record as he has been there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Myers, I'm gonna let you go last, if that's okay. I'll go with Miss Ellie Smith now, victim's niece. You're muted, ma'am.
Yes, I am Eleanor Smith's niece. I grew up with her being a wonderful presence in our family. And after this accident, I'm a registered nurse and a master social worker and have worked with people with all kinds of trauma, PTSD, all kinds of past inmates, addicts, whatever. What I can tell you is that although Mr. Cockerham states that he didn't take a life, He did in many ways. He took her 40 years of her life, her years of retirement, her years of desiring to travel and spend time with her nieces and nephews. She was experiencing post-traumatic stress disorder symptoms consistently throughout all of those years. She was anxious and frightened, and many of the coping skills that she would have had to create good things in her life were taken from her, including her ability to drive safely at night. In her later years, when she ended up with a cataract in the other eye, the surgeons and she made the decision that it wasn't safe to risk losing the last little bit of vision that she had left. The fact that she didn't have good vision made her hesitant around her in her surroundings. I noticed that people were taken aback in trying to approach her, and so she was socially isolated by that, both with how people reacted to her and with her own fears, keeping her more isolated. I don't believe that the structure even of a good aftercare plan will provide enough structure to minimize the chances of recidivism for Mr. Cockerham. I hear that you've tried to, that he's tried to support his son and has provided some positive influence. That's great. I believe that any support that he needs to provide to his grandson and his son should be done from within the structure of the prison system. I'm just concerned about the safety and the risk factors to too many other people in the community that this could happen again with other people. His actions were violent, and he had many second chances before this incident happened. He affected not only our family, but the families of all of the other people who were present in the store when his actions caused great bodily harm to my aunt. We grieve all the time the fact that we didn't have the loving, wonderful person that was there with us in our youth. And I'm really saddened that my younger cousins didn't get to know the woman that we had that was so active in our lives.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Miss Ellen Church, victim's niece.
Hi, I am Ellen. I am the youngest niece, and I remember getting the phone call. I can even tell you where I was, what I was doing. I could tell you what room of the house I was in, babysitting, and I was so horrified that that happened to my aunt. And I never really knew the details, but when I got sent the information, like the police report, I literally wish I did not have that information in my head because it sounds so horrible and so traumatizing. And my aunt was actually my age. I'm 56. I believe my aunt was 54. She was 2 years younger than me. And it's just, I had to see my mom go through helping her sister, and her sister changed so much. It didn't affect just my aunt. It affected the entire family. And anyway, it was very horrible. And my aunt suffered with it for the rest of her life.
Okay.
And okay.
No, okay, thank you, ma'am. Okay, Miss Jan Diaz, that was victim number 2's daughter. I'm sorry we said it like that, ma'am. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have just said victim.
That's okay. It changed my mother's life to where with her purse being stolen. She wasn't in the room with them, but with her purse being stolen, all her keys were stolen. She decided she needed to sell her car. She decided she could not live in Metairie any longer. She never worked another day in her life. She didn't have enough quarters. So when she was passed away, my dad was unable to collect Social Security. And to keep harping on, I was young and didn't know any better. My son will be 28 this year and on Sunday. He has been in the Marine Corps for 10 years. He knew much better at 15 years old than Mr. Joe did at 30 when he attacked these elderly women in a store. And I would hate to see him get out and have the opportunity to do anything like this to anybody else, because it affected not just the 5 victims, but as the other said, their entire family in the rest of their lives. I think that's all I really need to say right now.
Thank you, ma'am, for participating. Matter of fact, we thank everyone participating on both sides. Okay, Mr. Randall Myers.
Good morning, Randall Myers, Assistant DA, Jefferson Parish. We're strongly opposed to Mr. Cockerham's request. First, to correct an initial thing that you had said, he was convicted of 5 counts of armed robbery. I think you indicated there were 2, but there's actually 5 counts of armed robbery. And with Miss Smith, he was not a young man, he was a 30-year-old man, and he brutally hit a 50-year-old lady with the butt of his pistol inside the store, essentially knocked her out. And as you heard, it resulted in some disfigurement and a loss of her eye. She lost the vision in her eye. Interestingly, after 40-something years, he's still in medium custody with a fair institutional record, and he's lost 180 days of good time, and none have been restored. That's alarming to me. When you look at the programs he's done, it's pretty limited. He's had 60. Well, with the programming, he's taken 100 hours, living in balance in 2019, and he's thinking for a change in 2024. That's essentially it. Now, living in balance was completed before his 2022 intoxication disciplinary report. From 2016 to 22, he had 5 disciplinary reports, all were for either intoxication or contraband. 3 of the contraband reports, 2016, 2017, 2018, were for possessing synthetic marijuana. Now, Mr. Cockerham said that he was young when he committed this crime, and he's older now, and he's not going to do the wrong things like he did back then when he was young. Well, just a couple of years ago, he was still doing the wrong things. He's with the intoxication reports and the marijuana reports that he's gotten while he's been incarcerated. For those reasons and the strong victim opposition, we are also very strongly opposed to his request.
Thank you, Mr. Myers. Okay, Mr. Cochran, I've been assigned your case, so I'll be questioning you. And, the first thing I got written down that you said, I said, he says he was young, but he was 29 when this occurred. So you wasn't young. And you had committed 4 other felonies before this. So, you got to convince me, why should I let you out today? Your disciplinary history is real bad, terrible. I mean, under the new rules, you wouldn't even be eligible. So, I mean, why should I let you out? Give me a reason why I should feel that the public is going to be safe with you out there.
Well, I was far more younger than what I am now. That's what I was speaking of. I was far younger, and I didn't have the mindset that I have now. And sure, I deserve to be in prison. I never denied that. I made bad decisions. I did the wrong thing. I got caught up in the wrong situation. But as far as the victims, I can understand how the victims feel, because I wouldn't want nobody to done that to my family, get caught up in that situation. So I was wrong for exactly what I did, and the victim's family members are right. I can understand how they feel. And I would feel the same way if somebody would have just come in and victimized, you know, my family member. I would feel the same way. So I don't fault them for feeling the way they feel.
Okay, well, let me ask you this then. Are you currently in AA?
So?
Are you currently in AA?
AA, I finished it. I finished the AA program. I got the AA.
Still go to meetings?
Alcohol Anonymous?
Yes, you still go to the meetings?
Yeah, I'll be still going to the meetings, but I got the certificate in there.
Right. No, but I mean, it's
But
ongoing.
I still goes to the meetings.
Okay, are you an alcoholic?
Well, I'm not an alcoholic because there's no alcohol around here to get. I just goes to the meeting trying to, you know, show where, you know, to learn about these situations in dealing with drugs and alcohol.
Okay, are you a drug addict?
That's why I got into the program.
Are you a drug addict?
Well, yeah, I'm a drug addict or a reformed drug addict.
Okay. All right. You have 4 children. You get along well with all your children? You speak to all of them?
Well, I talks to my children. I get, you know, I have time to have my wife to call them, you know, and I get a chance to talk to them from time to time. They have different mothers.
Okay. And where do you plan on working when you get out? You got a job lined up?
Well, the parole project was supposed to help me line a job up for a welding job.
Where you going after the parole project?
I will go live with my common law wife right here. With Yvette Russell.
Okay. All right. And you know, like I said, your last 14 was in 7/30/22. Was that alcohol or was that drug?
It was synthetic marijuana.
But was it ever alcohol? Any of your 14s ever alcohol?
In 14?
In your 14s, your intoxication write-ups, were they all synthetic marijuana or was some of them alcohol?
No, it was synthetic marijuana.
All right. And you took the living in balance before, you took thinking for a change. You ever thought about trying to get into the STAR program or whatever kind of long-term program they have in Angola?
I was trying to get in to anything I possibly can to show that I have changed. Anything I could possibly get to better myself. That's what I was trying to get. I didn't try to get into it. But they got a long backlog list that they'll put you on backlog.
Sir, I understand that. Okay, I have no further questions. Does either of my colleagues just ask a question? Okay, I guess the panel is ready to vote. Who? You. I also want to acknowledge Carol and Donna. They were here in opposition, but they did not speak. We thank everyone for showing up, both you at the penitentiary, your son, and all of that. Okay, so we're ready to vote, and I'm gonna vote first because I had your case. You know, Mr. Cockerham, you raised a fine young son, but I actually pretty much raised himself, and he's doing good things. You haven't shown a history yet that I feel I can trust you out there. I mean, you was on drugs back there 2 years ago. You were doing drugs in the penitentiary. So if you could do that in the penitentiary, what am I to expect on the streets? And you're a fifth felony offender and victim opposition. My vote is to deny.
I'm gonna concur with Mr. Freeman on that. I had made notes that your fifth felony offense, the class has caught up with you. And you've also had multiple felonies dismissed besides those that you were convicted of, that you used a firearm while committing this offense, and you actually fired the gun during the commission of the crime. There's strong law enforcement opposition, strong victim opposition. There was a female victim beat with the gun, causing permanent damage to her eye, and you escaped from Angola during this term of supervision. Like Mr. Pete said, you're gonna have to prove to us a little bit longer than 2 years that you can actually be violation-free before we can think that we could actually let you go. You know, I agree on that. You've made a lot of steps in the right direction. I believe you'll be there one day, and I don't think that you're gonna die there, like you said in the beginning. You just need to be violation-free for a longer period of time.
Mr. Cochran, I want to just say that I appreciate your understanding of the impact that your actions had on the victims' families. I appreciate the fact that you can articulate the fact that you are where you earned to be. I don't see the institutional progress that I need to see, but I think you have it in you. Dustin, would you please continue to encourage your father on this path? My vote today is to concur and deny parole, but I really feel like you have what it takes to make a difference, and you need to start there. Okay? Thank you.
Okay, your parole's been denied today. Good luck to you.
Oh, that ends fast. Call in, guys.
Right. Okay, Mr. James, we're here today for your parole hearing. My name is Pete Freeman. I will be the acting chair today. To my left is Danny Barrott. To my right is Mr. Ledoux. Please state your name and DLC number for the record.
Richard James, 113455.
Okay, Mr. James. Today we're here for your parole hearing. You are a first felony offender. You were giving a life sentence for second-degree murder. The judge went back in and made you eligible for parole at a hearing. So here today we're for your parole date. Does that sound correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, Mr. James. Well, let me go over who's going to be speaking today. We're going to have Carrie Myers from the Parole Project, Josh Schwartz, a friend, Ashwini Velchamy, attorney, Vera Joseph, mother, also in attendance but will not be speaking is Calamity Willis, aunt, Derek Joseph, uncle, and Willie Taylor, cousin. Did I miss anyone?
No.
All right. Okay, Mr. James, we're going to start with you. Tell us, what did you do? What was your involvement in the crime? What happened? What took place? And then tell us, why do you think we should consider you for parole today?
Well, I'm up here for murder, second-degree murder. And what I did, I know is wrong, and I'm very, very sorry what I did. Because I was young, didn't know no better. Now since I've been locked up, I grew, ready for society, ready to do things right like it's supposed to be.
And what have you done to prepare yourself? You taken any classes?
Yes, I did.
What you took?
English management, substance abuse, thank you for a change, victim awareness.
All right. That's all you have to say, Mr. James? Your attorney will get to speak later. Okay. Warden, what do you have to say about Mr. James?
Mr. James is a minimum C trustee. He's assigned to culinary. He has a total of 99 DB reports, with the last report being March 1st of 2019 for Rule 1. He had no GED. He's been unable to obtain a GED for lack of progress in his Tigers Low.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. We appreciate that. Okay, we're going to get into your supporters, Mr. James. Mr. Kerry Myers.
Yes, good morning, Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project. So James is a juvenile lifer. He was 16 years old at the time of the crime. And by all indications, he was a principal to this crime. During his time in prison, as what happens often with juveniles, he struggled early on in prison. The adjustment is very difficult, but he has completed anger management, thinking for a change, victim awareness, and victim accountability. He has participated in several club activities. He has, Parole Project is here to support juvenile lifers in general. We know how difficult it is. As this board may or may not know, most of our case managers are former juvenile lifers. And they've been highly successful, which is why they can help mentor and smooth out the reentry process, particularly for people who have experienced the same thing they've experienced. Should this board grant Mr. James parole today, he'll have that advantage of having a mentor who understands exactly where he's been, what he's been through, and what he needs to do in the future. He has a long-term support system. Once he leaves Parole Project, we have no time limit on his reentry with us. When he's ready, when we feel he's ready, he will then move on to his long-term support system. We just ask this board to consider the fact that he is a juvenile lifer, and that a meaningful opportunity for release to be considered today and that Parole Project will be there to assist him in this transition. So we just ask this board to consider those factors today.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that, Mr. Myers. Mr. Josh Schwartz, a friend.
Hi, good morning. I was Richard's attorney. I'm here today as a friend. I want to make very clear, I'm not a part of the legal team. I no longer work with his attorneys. I actually don't practice law anymore, and I've never spoken out before on behalf of a former client, but I believe in Richard. I have seen firsthand his limitations with his disability. When I first met him, I thought he was a man of few words, but then I remember asking him to write his mother's name on some paperwork, not thinking anything of it, and he froze. But if you give him time and he's able to gather his words, he can show you his wisdom in other ways. I will truly never forget talking with him about his crime when he told me after gathering his words that he thinks about what he did to Mr. Wyatt and his family every single day. And he also said that getting arrested saved his life. And I didn't understand that second part at first. It took him a minute to explain it to me that he now knows with the choices he was making as a teenager, he was gonna end up dead. And that moment is a reminder to me that wisdom can come from all places. Despite his disability, the man I know is deeply thoughtful in his remorse, even if it takes him longer to express it. On his physical health, I can't tell you how many times we had an attorney visit where he struggled to breathe just from walking down and sitting in the room. And we were in court once. I was on the record talking to the judge. He had just walked from the jury box to the defense table, and all of a sudden he couldn't breathe. If it were not really very quick thinking of my co-counsel, who was able to get his inhaler when he couldn't, I don't know that we would even be here today. So when I was given the permission to have the privilege to talk to some of the staff at LSP about Richard, and they told me that he would work until he could no longer breathe, that during the pandemic when they needed him to work 6 months straight on a single day off, he did it, not a single complaint. He was Mr. Reliable. And that even though he's a man of few words, when he does speak, he uses those moments to try to de-escalate situations in the prison and talk some sense into younger prisoners. When I heard all that from an assistant warden, I knew that Richard has the willpower and dedication to put in the hard work on parole. The last thing I'll say is my son was born in 2020, and a visit or phone call went by where Richard didn't ask how he was doing. If you grant him this opportunity, and I cannot wait to introduce the two of them, I will have him over for dinner with my family. I will be there for him, and I am confident he won't let us down.
Thank you very much. Okay, Miss Barra Joseph, victim's mother of Richard.
Yeah,
Go ahead, you can speak to us now, ma'am. What do you have to say about your son?
well, you already know my name is Vera Joseph. And what I have to say about Richard is I love him. And it's been a long time. It's been a long time he's been in there. In here, it's been a long time. And
Okay, thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it.
I'm sorry. I'm
That's
sorry. I'm sorry that what he did was wrong. And I'm sorry for Mr. White, which is my parade, was my parade, and his children. And I love him and I want him to come home. He's been gone long enough.
All right, thank you, Ms. Joseph. Okay, Ms. Velchamy? Your
Yes.
attorney? Okay, go ahead and, what do you have to say?
Yes, thank you, first of all, for considering Mr. James for parole. I actually first met Mr. James about 4 years ago, and my first impression of him was probably pretty similar to most people's first impression of Mr. James, that he was short, had very few words, a flat affect, and that he barely spoke. And I couldn't tell whether he understood what I was asking or if he even wanted me to be there. Over the years, however, of working with Mr. James, I've learned that this impression that he gives off and that he may give off even today is not who he is, but is actually a result of his intellectual disabilities. Mr. James doesn't process information the same way that you or I do. It takes him longer to understand what people are saying. It takes him even longer to process that information and even longer to then, formulate a response. However, Mr. James is truly remorseful for his actions. He's told me, as he told Mr. Schwartz, who spoke earlier, that if he could do anything to bring back Mr. White, he would, but he can't. Instead, he has worked hard through his 39 years of incarceration to change himself, to change his situation, and to try to make up for even an ounce of the pain that he caused. As for Mr. James's disciplinary history, he has 99 write-ups, but 95% of those write-ups are over a decade old. And only 9 of them are for fighting, which happened pretty early during his time at LSP and can be, while they are not justified, the provided context is that Mr. James was 17 years old when he first entered prison. He had a hard time adjusting, as most teenagers do when they enter prison. But in addition to being young, he was also an intellectually disabled teenager trying to make sense of prison, trying to figure out how to fit in. Many of his write-ups are actually for disobedience or work write-ups. Many of those write-ups were for Richard being in the wrong place at the wrong time, or him not working as fast or as well as his peers. I think he has one write-up for wearing his shower shoes in the wrong location. While these are disobedience in the eyes of prison staff who might not know Mr. James, they also reflect Mr. James's severe intellectual limitations. Despite these initial challenges for the last 30 years, due to his commitment to self-improvement and the resources provided by the prison, Mr. James has been on a consistent upward trajectory. Both Colonel Williams and Assistant Warden Sanders at the Louisiana State Penitentiary were aware of Mr. James's write-ups, disciplinary history, and they still considered him to be a trusted prisoner. They said that he was not known to security staff to be a problem and that his disciplinary record was typical of older guys who came into prison when they were young and got fewer write-ups as they matured. While he is still intellectually disabled, Mr. James has grown and matured as a person. He has had consistently low risk scores and is a trustee. Within the prison, he is known to break up fights and de-escalate tense situations. He's taken a number of classes and programming that have helped him make sure that that he surrounds himself with the right people, and that what happened 39 years ago when he was 17 years old will never happen again. I know that it was mentioned that Mr. James has not received a GED or basic literacy. This was not for lack of trying. Mr. James went to class religiously, he tried his best, but as the prison itself decided, it was unlikely that he would ever pass the basic literacy course with his limitations. However, due to his extensive work in the kitchen, he does have a job skills training certificate in kitchen skills. He has worked in the kitchen for years, most notably during the COVID-19 lockdown, when he didn't take a single day off and kept the Camp D kitchen running while prisoners and staff were falling sick. Mr. James has worked tirelessly despite his declining physical health. He actually has end-stage COPD. He can barely walk 20 steps without wheezing, and he has to stop and catch his breath often, even when he walks up a flight of stairs. As the Parole Project mentioned, Mr. James is planning to enter the Parole Project's residential program, where he'll be partaking in more programming, more classes, and using their resources to the best of his abilities. He'll be able to see doctors on the outside who will be able to help him manage his health. He also has a place to live with his mother, who spoke earlier, for after the program, and his brother, who could not be here with us today, has a job waiting for him at a construction plant in Port Sulphur. His aunt, uncle, and cousin are sitting here, and they, along with all of the other people whose letters we submitted to the parole board, are willing and ready to support Mr. James in any way possible if he were to be released. I'd just like to end with some words that Assistant Warden Sanders said about Mr. James in a declaration that he submitted to the court for Mr. James's Miller Montgomery resentencing hearing. Richard is not the worst of the worst. I would be the first person to say if he was, because it is my family that lives on the outside. When people have come into the kitchens looking to start a fight, I have seen Richard calm the situation down. I am not concerned about Richard going back into society one day. I frankly would be comfortable having him as a neighbor. Mr. James was a 17-year-old boy when he went to prison. He is turning 57 this year, and he is not the same person he was back then, which guards at LSP have recognized, his family has seen, and we hope that this board sees as well. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. James, I've been assigned your case. I'll be questioning, and your attorney, anytime you wish to help him with his answers or confer with him, that'll be fine with me. Okay. Does he take any mental health medication? Do you take any mental health medication, Mr. James?
No, sir.
Okay. And were you a tier walker at one time?
Yes.
How long did you do that? That's one of the toughest jobs in the prison.
A year and a half.
Okay. And other than that, you've been a kitchen and a dorm orderly, correct?
Right.
Okay.
You're certified for multiple years.
Right. When you told us that in your opening statement, you know, you had the 99 write-ups. I see that, but I mean, the last one was in 19. It was for one. What was the contraband that you had?
I think it was a cigarette lighter.
Okay, that's what I want to know. So it wasn't dope and it wasn't alcohol.
No.
Okay. Have you ever had a problem with dope or alcohol?
No.
Do you feel you can lead a productive and a safe life out there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You think they got you prepared for that?
Yes, sir.
Right. What class did you get the most out of? Which class you liked the most that you thought that you learned something?
Victim awareness and English manners.
And victim awareness, what did you learn?
I learned to do things right instead of trying to be somebody else.
All right. The daughter asked us to read Miss Cheryl White, the sister of the victim, asked for us to read her statement. So I'm going to read it. No time served as justice for the brutal murder of our grandfather. In the early hours of a September morning, as our grandfather returned home from his place of business, you decided that his life was no longer worth living. You, along with your thug friends, ambushed my grandfather as you jumped onto him from Terry Fleming nearby an oak tree. You then proceeded to beat him to a fragile pulp with a baseball bat. He died there in his driveway. alone. Hours later, my father was told that something had happened to his father. Not knowing the details, he left his job to go to the local hospital, but decided to stop by his childhood home to ensure the property was safe. His discovery was that of his father, beaten, bloody, uncovered, and sprawled in a pool of blood, surrounded by law enforcement and neighbors. Needless to say, my father was never the same. It's 34 years later, and I pray that my grandfather's spirit haunts you every minute of your life. But being the saint that he was, he probably hasn't. Your actions placed an entire family in emotional peril. What you stole from us was irreplaceable. He was a kind and gentle man, full of life and expectancy. He was, in my opinion, the epitome of what God intended a true man to be. He was respectful, and it was respected by our family and those in the community. My grandfather possessed an endearing presence that was magnetic. He gave himself to those around him and to strangers. Okay. So according to the report, you hit him from behind. You were the first one to hit him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then who's the last one to be hitting him?
Well, I take the responsibility for everything.
All right, but there was co-defendants, correct?
Yes. One dead and the other one home.
Okay, and one of the co-defendants, according to the arrest report, stated that he saw our face, so now we have to kill him. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so nobody else hit him with a bat but you?
No, me and Terry.
You, Terry. Okay. All right, I have no further questions. Do my colleagues have a question? Any questions? Ms. Ledoux?
I wanted just to clarify one thing. Your mom said that Mr. White was her parent, godfather. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So you knew Mr. White pretty well?
No.
You didn't know him personally?
No.
Okay. I just need that clarification.
Okay, is the panel ready to vote?
Oh, for executive session.
We have a motion for an executive session. Do I have a second? Okay, can I have a roll call, please?
Steve Bruce?
Yes.
Jerry Ledoux? Yes. Danny Barber?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, let's do a session for a few moments to discuss confidential matters. We'll be right back. Okay, we're back from executive session. The board is back at, called back to order at 11:32. I will be the first one to vote, Mr. James. First off, I appreciate everybody showing up. I didn't read all the victim opposition out, the grandkids and the, family and some law enforcement were opposed. I want that noted on the record. My vote today, Mr. James, is that, I'm gonna grant you. I'm gonna take a chance on you. You were very young when it happened. You admitted your responsibility. I don't think you're trying to shirk it whatsoever, that you did participate in this crime and what was your participation. And even you tried to accept all of the blame. And the facts state there was more than one person hitting you with a bat. It was a terrible crime. It was a heinous crime. But I want you to go to the parole project. That's going to be one of your conditions. I do not want the parole project to release you to the public until they feel that you are fit. Okay, Mr. Myers? I know he has a long ways to go with his intellectual disability for y'all to teach him. So my vote is to grant.
All right. Mr. James, I can't find it to grant you parole at this time based on the gruesome nature of the crime and the total disrespect for human life. The strong law enforcement opposition and the strong victim opposition. That was a very, very bad crime, and I have to deny.
Mr. James, I'll concur with Mr. Barra, and I'm going to deny today.
Okay, Mr. Grant, keep doing what you're doing. Good luck to you. You have one vote to grant, 2 votes to deny. Your parole has been denied. Okay, we're back in session. Once again, we're at Angola. Our next hearing will be on Mr. Joe Wyatt. Mr. Wyatt, give me your DLC number, please.
116059.
Okay. Today, speaking on behalf of Mr. Wyatt will be Adrian Wyatt, attorney, Carrie Myers, Parole Project, Tiffany Wyatt, sister-in-law, and Mary Williams, mother. Anybody else on Zoom or in person that I didn't call out? Okay, well, we're gonna get started. Okay, Mr. Wyatt, tell me, what did you do to get yourself into Angola? And then tell me, what have you done since you've been there that you think that you would be a productive member of society and we should release you today?
Thank you, Mr. Board. On June 12th, I was on my way to my uncle's house. And on my way there, I met my co-defendant, who was Willie Hollins. He was standing at a bar across the street from Mr. Gresham's furniture store. And as I walked up there, we got in a conversation. As we got in a conversation, we were just talking, and he said, man, you want to make some money today? I said, what's going on? And he said, man, thinking about pulling off a lick over here at the Globe Furniture, at the store across the street. I said, what store? He says, the Globe Furniture store. I told him, I said, man, I never messed with anything like this before. He said, man, it ain't nothing, you know. So he reached me some beer. We were drinking the beer. And he said, I'm about to go drop my baby off. Come on, ride with me where I drop my baby off. And I said, okay. He said, we're going to stop by the store. We're going to get some beer. We're going to stop by one of the guys' house. I think his name was TJ or something of that nature, and pick up a little weed. I said, okay. And we did that. We drove. And as we drove, we stopped by the store, picked up some beer. As we drinking the beer, we stopped by TJ. We got us a little weed. We dropped his baby off. After we dropped the baby off, and he started telling me about the lick that he wanted to do, the robbery. So at some point, I did agree to it, and he laid everything out to me. He told me he had worked it at the store, and that he knew that Mr. Gresham kept a lot of money in the store. And he said, well, all you have to do is, once you get the money from him, take it and put him in the back of the store. There's some rooms back there, and to give you an opportunity to put a refrigerator or stove in front of the door. I said, all right, man, I'll go in. He said, I'm going to be waiting at the dude drop in, which is, about half of a block right from Mr. Gresham's furniture store. And I said, okay. He dropped me off there. I went into the store. When I go into the store, Mr. Gresham was sitting behind his desk. I looked around the store. There was no one in the store. I asked him to use the phone, to look around. And then after he gave me the phone, he went to go back to sit down. And as he went to go back and sit down, I asked him, I said, I asked him to give me the money. And he did. And he went to go in his pocket to reach me the wallet. And as he went to reach me the wallet, I said, no, give me the money out the safe, because, Willie told me the money would be in the safe. And he gave me the money out the safe, and he had also informed me that there would be a gun in the safe. I asked for the gun out the safe as well. Bear with me, bear with me. And so after he gave me the money, I'm taking him to the back of the store, and as we going through some doors, it appears, it kind of looked as if Mr. Gresham had turned, but in actuality, Mr. Gresham did no wrong, but that's when I shot Mr. Gresham at that point. I shot him in the stomach, and as I shot him in the stomach, he fell, and I stood, then I looked, and I was scared. I ran out the store, and after running out the store, I went back and told my co-defendant Willie what had happened. That I had got the money out, and I had shot Mr. Gresham, and he said okay. So I took it. We left the store, and we drove around 165. We came all the way on the backside of where I live, and he dropped me off on the backside of my house, and he said that I'm going back to up there by the store and look around up there. I said, okay. And he did that. Later on that day, he come back and he told my auntie and my grandmother to tell me that that the police was supposed to be looking for me. And I said, okay. It was a very, very, very bad thing, sad thing. And I'm truly sorry. I'm truly sorry for this. And I'm not sorry because it's not that I was sorry because of being caught. I took a life that did not deserve to be taken. Through bad choices and bad decision making. And I've lived with this for 38 years. I have lived with this pain. This remorse and regret has been with me for 38 years. And because Mr. Gresham, he did not deserve to be killed. His wife and his children did not deserve to be separated from their father because of my bad choice of actions, because I'm trying to prove that I'm cool, I'm down, and I want to be accepted. None of that should have been. None of that should have ever been. But today I can sit here and honestly tell you that I'm no longer that bad decision-making and irresponsible, uneducated youth who senselessly robbed and killed Mr. Gresham on June 12th, 1986. And there's no explanation or justifications for my actions. I caused tremendous grief, loss, and pain to Mr. Gresham's wife, to his son, to his mother, as well as to his community. And I'm sorry for that. I'm truly, truly sorry for that right there. And as I said, it's not a single day that has gone by that I have not been conscience stricken for that poor choice of action in which I made. A life. Something that only God can give, or a life. I took it. I took it. Do bad choices. But it was through guilt and shame that I recognized that I was lacking in moral values. And having realized that I was lacking in moral values, I made a conscious decision to become better than what my choice of action had been on that day. I surrendered my life to God, asking Him to change me, as well as I embraced all the tools of general education in which the institution has provided, rehabilitational training. To become a better person, I've completed my high set, gotten job skills trades, victim awareness, living in balance, part 1, part 2, sober group AA, substance abuse, 12 steps. And my life is centered around my spiritual life because I want to be better. I am better. And it started there with my spirit man. And this, if granted the opportunity, I can go back into society and live a positive and productive life into community, serving and helping others. Thank you, Mr. Board.
Okay, thank you. Warden, you have any comments?
Yes, sir. I can tell you that Mr. Y is a minimum aid trustee assigned to Camp F. He works as a painter. He does most of the painting at Death Row and Camp F and any other area that they need for him to paint. He has a total of 93 DB reports, with his last report being on 10/21/2014 for 30-0, which was an argument between him and another offender. What I can tell you about Mr. Wyatt is, he has been in GED for over the past 6 years. When he was deemed, unable to progress and was told that he cannot complete the GED, he continued to do the GED until, last year, October 2023. He completed the GED after 6 years in the program of trying to complete it, and after having been told that he couldn't complete it, he accomplished that task, and that let me know there that Mr. Wyatt was on the right track, and that he really wanted to do this and to prove to people that he was ready to become a productive citizen and go back into society and pay his taxes. So, with that being said, his tiger is low, and he also completed T4C and Tapuco. So I think Mr. Wyatt is on the right track of being rehabilitated and ready to go into society.
Okay, thank you very much, Warden. Okay, now we're gonna go to those that are in favor. We'll go to Mr. Kerry Myers first, Louisiana Parole Project.
Yes, good morning. Kerry Myers with the Louisiana Parole Project. Here to support Mr. Wyatt's parole release. One of the things that I can tell you is that we've been aware of Mr. Wyatt for a number of years. And as Warden Ambo said, the thing that was holding him back from being hearing eligible while he was parole eligible as a juvenile lifer was the lack of GED. And one of the things I can tell you that has impressed us, he just would not give up on it. He continued to work on it, until he finally succeeded in doing it and made himself parole eligible. He is a trustee. We have spoken with Mr. Wyatt extensively about his reentry plan, and he does not want to return to Ouachita Parish, where the crime was committed. So we are committed to long-term support of Mr. Wyatt, housing, employment support, and reentry support, and whatever it takes to help Mr. Wyatt through this reentry process. So we will provide him long-term housing. We will help him find employment and work on the skills that he needs to become self-sufficient. So the fact that he was 17 years old when this crime was committed, and he served 38 years of incarceration, I think he's shown growth and maturity here. As Warden Ambo said, he continues to progress, and we just ask this board to consider these things today and grant his release.
Okay. Miss Mary Williams, mother.
Yes. How y'all doing?
Doing fine, Miss Williams.
My name is Mary Williams. Excuse me?
What you want us to know about your son?
What I want to say is my heart goes out to the family first. That's what I want to say. And for Joe, he has came a long ways. I mean, a long way. I've been behind him 100%. He been with me 100%. Joe since he been in incarceration, Joe have changed tremendously. He have done a lot of progress. Not only that, Joe keeps me on my feet too, because I needed him. And even he was in incarceration, he was here for me. He taught me, and I believe Joe would be a help to society too. What he done experienced, what he did, he know he was wrong, but he could share that with others where they won't make the same mistake that Joe made. That's what I have to say today.
very much, Ms. Williams. I also want to point out that Ms. Tiffany Wyatt is also here on Zoom in support. Ms. Hutchinson, would you give us your statement now, please, the attorney?
Thank you, Mr. Freeman, and I promise I won't be long-winded today. Today we're here to look at Mr. Wyatt's maturity and rehabilitation over the 38 years he's been incarcerated, which is quite different from hearings of offenders that committed their crimes as adults. These hearings are different because the United States Supreme Court has ruled time and time again that juveniles are categorically different from their adult counterparts, mostly because of a lack of maturity and a vulnerability to negative influences, including, as in this instance, peer pressure. And lastly, that their character is not as well formed as adults, which is why the criteria to determine parole eligibility for juvenile offenders must reflect their character today, because the courts have said it cannot conclusively be determined based on their juvenile behavior that they will be a danger to society for the rest of their life, which is why we address rehabilitation and maturity here. In order to rehabilitate, Joe needed to acknowledge and address the factors that led his life down the wrong path. And as he's talked about, and the warden has said, he was undereducated, right? So he since obtained his GED, he's taken additional Bible correspondence classes, and he also has on-the-job job skill trainings. He's addressed his addiction, he's taken programming and remained sober, so that he's always aware and mindful of the decisions and the effects that those will have on others. He's no longer in a place where he needs to rob or steal from the community to make a living or fund an addiction. As far as Joe's maturity, his institutional record does exactly what we expect of juvenile offenders, and that's that they peak early on when they first enter prison, still exhibiting, reckless and immature behavior, those same behaviors that landed them in prison. Those infractions begin to trend down until they stop, and as you can see, Joe's been right up free for a decade. And in his growth, he truly understands the value of a life. I think he's shown and talked to you all about that immensely, how he feels about taking Mr. Gresham's life. And lastly, if you can refer to my brief, you will see the many traumas young Joe faced in his life. And to be clear, I am not bringing this up as an excuse for the crime, but rather to give the board a very true and real view of the crisis in Joe's life at that time. And that had been documented and ongoing and escalating since he was 9 years old, and essentially came to a head in Germany, which was a short time before he returned back to Monroe and committed this crime. But Joe is no longer in crisis. He's demonstrated that he has matured immensely from the 17-year-old he was in 1986. He's used the tools in DOC to work towards his rehabilitation as required for his parole as a juvenile offender. And lastly, LPP's commitment to Joe, as Carrie has stated, goes beyond just his re-entering society. We've already conducted his initial mental health evaluations. They've been completed, and a comprehensive plan is already being formulated to continue his success, with Joe's 100% agreement to adhere to this. So today we respectfully ask that you look at Joe today, the 56-year-old, and allow him to be given a chance for the first time as an adult to serve the remainder of his sentence in the community with any conditions the board deems appropriate and fitting for Joe's continued success, as he's proven that he is not a threat to society and is committed to change. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, that's all of the people we have speaking. Your case has been assigned to, didn't say Mr. Barra. So Mr. Barra, would you lead off with any questions you have?
Yes, sir. You said when you were giving us the summary of what happened in the store that you just shot it. Can you tell me why did you just shoot him? Was it his gun or was that your gun?
It was gun came in that I brought in.
So did you get the gun out the safe?
Yes, there was the other gun that he had in his safe. I took that gun and put the gun in my pocket. And as to why I shot, it was I'm not making any excuses, Mr. Barris. It's just when he turned his head, and when he turned his head, it's just, it's to me, it looked like he was about, it's unjustified. I can't justify. I mean, I shot, but looking back over it now, it's just when his head turned and his shoulder turned, and I was standing behind him. I pulled my hand, pulled the trigger of the gun, but it's not. Again, I have to stress this, and to stress it, there is no justifications for my actions. I was wrong because from the beginning, I had no right to agree to do something. This was a business owner who was providing for his family, his kids. That was his business. And through my irresponsible act, it not only disrupted Mr. Gresham's family's life, he lost his life, Mr. Gresham, but the community, crime became a part of that community. Business owners lost businesses.
So in the police reports and the stuff we have, it says that he was stabbed and shot, but you just say you shot him. What, do you know anything? Can you tell me anything about the stab?
Mr. Barris, I can honestly tell you, I shot a .357 Magnum one time. There was never a knife taken from me, nor did I ever stab Mr. Gresham.
If I may, we have reports where it was amended later to where they scratched out that it was stabbed, and they initialed that it was just the shots, and the final pathology also only refers to the shooting. So I think it may have been early on, but if the board requires any of that documentation, I do have it with me, so the institution can send it to you. But it was eventually corrected and amended that they determined it was not a stabbing, it was just a shooting.
All right, thanks for that info. That's the only questions I had.
Okay, I had that same question. Just real quickly, I see you took tier walking training, did you?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever tier walk? Did you?
No, I was
ever a tier walker?
I went to training for it. This to prevent guys from committing suicide, guys that suffer with different types of depressions and things like this. I'm there to counsel them, to talk to them, to support them.
Okay, I just mentioned that because that's one of the jobs most people don't like in prison, is that and in the hospitals. There's two jobs that they have. Okay, I have no further questions. Ms. Ledoux, you have any?
I just have one question. You haven't had any write-ups since 2014. What caused that epiphany? What caused that change? What happened in 2014 that you stopped getting in trouble?
Ms. Ledoux, my life has been being transformed since the day that I recognized my lack of morals. And I would have to admit, some of the write-ups in the earlier part was just, I guess it was just given, but the overall, I wanted better. I wanted to be better. I wanted to be better. And I'm going to continue to strive to be better. Whether it be here or whether it be in society, I want better for my life.
I just didn't know if there was a specific incident. Okay, thank you.
Is the panel ready to vote?
I'm gonna move for executive session.
Okay, I have a motion for an executive session.
I'll second.
Would y'all call the roll? Do I have a motion and a second?
Steve Bruce,
Yes.
Jerry Ledoux,
Yeah.
Danny Bauer.
Yeah.
Okay, the board is back in session. Time is 12:15. Is the panel ready to vote?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Barra.
I'm gonna tell you right now, this is probably one of the hardest cases that I had to make a vote in so far, my term here. You are doing the right thing. You have taken all the right steps. But the crime that you committed is so serious. It's hard to get around that. There's strong law enforcement opposition. I commend you on being a first offender. You haven't had write-ups since 2014. However, at this time, I cannot vote to grant parole at this time, based on the violent nature of the crime, the serious nature of the crime, the fact that a man was killed. So I would encourage you to continue what you're doing. I believe you are headed in the right direction. I do believe that you are a different guy. However, man's laws, you still haven't paid your debt. And try again on your next availability and maybe things will be a little different.
Okay, so,
I concur with Mr. Ballmer.
okay, and my vote would have been in favor. So do keep on doing what you're doing. I think you're on the right track. And, you gave a very good statement. You're a very educated young man, I can tell you that much. So it's a 2-to-1 vote. So today you've been denied. Good luck to you, sir.
Hello?
75. Oh. All right, parole board is called back to order. My name is Pete Freeman. I'm the acting chair. To my left is Mr. Byra. To my right is Ms. Ledoux. We're here today to hear the parole hearing on Robert Lewis. Mr. Lewis, would you state your name and DOC number, please?
Robert Earl Lewis, 98335. How y'all doing, sir?
Doing good, thank you. Mr. Lewis, I'm gonna read some information for the record. Please correct me if you think anything is wrong. You are a fourth felony offender. You have a parole date of 8/1/21. You're not eligible for good time. Your full term date is 11/7/2001. Your sentence was commuted by Governor Edwards from life to 75 years. Your offense is first degree robbery and you are a habitual offender. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay. Today speaking, we'll have Mr. Kerry Myers, Sylvia Bolton. No, she's here just for observation in support. Veronica Lewis, your sister, will speak. Your attorney, Ms. Mudd, will speak. Mr. Robert King, your son, will speak. And Deanna King, daughter-in-law, is here in support, but will not speak. Did I get everybody that is on and attending today? Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. Mr. Lewis, we're going to start with you. Tell us what you did and why do you think we should let you out today?
What I did to come to prison, sir?
Yes, sir.
I was riding in the neighborhood and I stopped selling drugs, and I stopped to sell some drugs to this guy, and he asked me for a ride. I took him for a ride. The police got behind us, and I jumped out the vehicle and took off running. Next thing I know, they looked for me for armed robbery, saying that I had robbed and kidnapped the dude that I gave a ride to.
Did you take his clothes?
That's why. So I got a letter from the, what do you say?
Did you take his coat?
Did I take his coat?
Clothes.
Yes, sir.
Jacket. Yes, sir. Jacket and stuff. You took that?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a gun?
Yes, sir. No, sir.
You had no gun with you? Okay.
No, sir.
And why should we let you out? Tell me why should we let you out?
I have changed since I've been here. I learned to appreciate life and to treat people the way I want to be treated. I made mistakes growing up, using drugs and stuff like that caused me a lot of problems in my life. I've been here doing my best to stay positive, staying away from drugs, and just would like to get out there to have the opportunity to raise my grandkids and teach them better and do the right things in life, support my community and do what's right.
Okay. Warden, do you have anything to say about Mr. Lewis?
Yes, sir. Mr. Lewis is a minimum A trustee. He's assigned to Camp F and as a janitor cleaner. But Mr. Lewis does just more than just janitor and clean. He's there for the whole institution when called on to do stuff. He's there to do it. He's one of the inmates that allowed to drive. He goes around helping pick up things from different camps when needed. He only had 10 DB reports in his whole 26 years of being incarcerated. The last one being in 2013, which was a 3 and a 5. He has his 100 hours, T4C, anger management, substance abuse, and his Tiger is low. I feel that Mr. Williams is ready to be a productive citizen in society.
Okay, thank you very much, Warden.
You're welcome.
Mr. Kerry Myers?
Yes, good afternoon. Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project. We're here to support Mr. Lewis, should this board grant his release today. And we pray that they do. After 28 years of incarceration and at age 63, Mr. Lewis is not a threat to public safety. He's a trusted person there at the prison. As Warden Embo said, he's one of the few inmates allowed to drive. He also cleans. He cleans at the medical clinic and at the credit union, two places that take someone who is highly trusted to work at. He has a supportive parole project through his transition, and beyond parole project, he has support of his son and daughter-in-law as long-term support. A year ago, Mr. Lewis's sentence was commuted, and that's why he's here today in front of this board. And we asked this board to look at his age, look at the time served, the offense, and his work at the prison, his programming, and grant his parole today.
Okay, thank you, sir. Miss Veronica Lewis, sister. Miss Lewis.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
You can hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Tell us what you need to tell us today.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I'm having problems with things. Good morning to everyone. How y'all doing? I would like to say Robert Lewis is my brother, and he had a lot of problems growing up. We had a lot of problems. I mean, he's seen a lot of things. My father almost killed my mother, just a lot of things he's been through. But his main issue is he's a very good person. The drugs, he was on drugs bad, and that caused him to, his whole life, be in and out of prison because of the drugs. But he's a very good person. And he's the only one, I have one brother that's in a wheelchair. And it's so hard taking care of him, trying to do for him. And that's, my mother's gone, my father's gone. I don't have anyone else. And I'm just asking the courts to please give my brother another chance. I'm going to do everything that I can to help him. And I know for sure that he's learned. Like I say, his problem was always drugs. He's a very good person, and he's always taken care of us as a family, kept the family holding together, you know. He'd make sure everything was okay with us, but he's always had a problem with drugs. And I do truly believe that that is over with and that he's ready for society. He has grandkids, and like I said, I need so much help with my brother. He's bound to a wheelchair. He can't walk at all. And it's just like he's out here by himself because there's only so much I can do, you know, at my age. So I ask that the courts would please give him another chance, and I know for sure he'll do the right thing this time.
Okay. Mr. Robert King, your son. Mr. King, what do you have to say about your father? You can say,
Sir?
you can speak from where you sit.
I miss my dad. He's been gone like a large part of my life. And even still, we've been able to communicate and maintain a relationship with him. This is, like my auntie says, a cycle that our family as a whole have dealt with as far as drugs and things like that. But I'm here today and as a representative of my family and my father here, and we definitely making efforts to break those cycles that have been plaguing our family for generations. And like I said, I'm here today as a representative, and I will do everything I can to try to support him and definitely keep him out of trouble and just keep him on the right path. I can't say how he feels, the situation being what it is, but I know he should have been learned a lesson by now, if nothing else. But I would do anything I can, and my family, my auntie, we'll do everything we can to keep him straight.
Okay, thank you very much. And you know what you said there, it's key, breaking the cycle. You don't want your kids or grandkids to end up in prison. So we need to break those cycles. Okay, would Ms. Mudd, your attorney, what do you have to say, Ms. Mudd?
Yes, thank you. I have many great things to say about Mr. Lewis, but I did want to start by addressing a couple of things that the court had asked about specifically. In regards to a gun, he was convicted of of first-degree robbery, not armed robbery. And I did attach to his parole packet, which was first submitted back in May, and then I submitted it again last week. There's a portion of the transcript from the victim's testimony, and the victim himself says in this transcript that he never actually saw a gun. He thought that there might be a gun, but he never actually saw one, which is probably why he wasn't convicted of armed robbery. Also, I wanted to draw the court's attention to a letter that I know has been in front of the board on multiple occasions. It's a letter that Stephon James, who is the victim in this case, wrote to Mr. Lewis back in 2017. I wanted to start by saying this letter is signed by a witness whose name is Aaron Brock. That was the parole officer for the victim at that time. The victim, Stephon James, was on parole at the time he wrote this. I called Mr. Brock and verified he did remember that. He remembered signing that. So I did get some verification that this letter is actually real. And Mr. James did tell Mr. Brock that he saw him, or that he told him that he wrote this and that he did sign it. But the letter says, and I think that this just, you know, I don't know if the board was able to get in touch with the victim. He's in prison, I think, in Raven-LaBorde right now. But back in 2017, at least, he wrote, "I received this letter from the parole board pardon board alerting me that you're going up for a hearing next month. I guess the wrong thing to say is good luck, but I'm writing this note to assure you that I wish you luck and that I really want you to go home. You should have never been locked up for something you really never did. I never thought you would have been locked up so long, but I want you to go home, and I hope this letter will help you in some way." And it goes on from there. But I won't read the entire thing to the court. I just wanted to make sure that that was heard, and that that you all realize that we did do some investigation to make sure that that was a genuine letter. Also, we do have a number of letters that were sent in that were included in his last packet. There are 15. I know Colonel Vincent Knight, he had waited around some this morning. He was going to speak, but he unfortunately was called away. However, he did write a letter that's also in the packet, as well as Sergeant Jamie Seymour, Master Sergeant Anna Templeton, Nick Sanders, who was an assistant warden here, Clay Winters, who was the facility maintenance manager for a time. So he has, while he's been here, Mr. Lewis has impressed a lot of people. I think that, you know, the comments made today by the warden here also show that he is well thought of here at Angola and in Camp F, where he's been a Class A trustee since 2013. He got his driver's license while he's been here. As far as updates, you know, he's now cleaning and doing maintenance in both the credit union and at a doctor's clinic, and that's in addition to his duties. They actually stopped letting inmates drive, is my understanding, for the time period because there was some kind of an accident. Mr. Lewis wasn't involved in any of that, so he's not currently driving, but he is loading and unloading the truck still in addition to his other job responsibilities. One thing I did want to point out to the court, I know he's done many, many programs, including Thinking for a Change. He's done the 100 hours. One thing I wanted to talk about a little bit, because I know that it was an issue the last time we were in front of the board, and that was his GED. He has been trying for years to get a GED. He hasn't yet scored high enough on the TAPE test. And just by accident, I ran into, while we were out waiting to be called, Ashley Harvey, who is a teacher here and who is his teacher. I was able to speak directly with her, and she also assured me that he is doing everything he can. He's working hard. He's working on the TAPE test, but apparently his math scores have just stayed too low for him to be able to cross that hurdle to take the GED test. So he still plans to work towards that, even if he is released. I know Miss Harvey said that she thought that maybe having like less stress because he's, you know, out there might give him a little bit of a boost so that he's able to really get past the GED and get that under his belt. The letters from his friends and family, you know, I just wanted to point out a few small things about each of them. Sylvia Bolton, who I see is present here, and her letter, she described him as passionate, sensitive, kind, and honest. Dwayne Parker said that he's not the same person he was when he committed this crime, said that Mr. Lewis wasn't the same person as he was then. Peer support specialist Terry Perryman said that he truly believes in his heart that Mr. Lewis has been transformed. And Jamie Seymour said many, many kind words, including, I've observed how well Lewis performs his duties and takes pride in his work. He shares with other offenders how classes and programs help him make wise decisions and how to become a positive person, and encourages them to enroll in the programs. Robert's not the same person he once was because of this positive transformation. And Anna Templeton says that he's respectful, dependable, capable in his work, which is essential to the camp. Nick Sanders, retired, who is the former warden.
Read on this mug. So if you can kind of speed it up, we've read all that.
Okay, I'll conclude then. I'm sorry, got carried away.
That's okay. No, I don't blame you.
But yeah, Mr. Lewis is a great candidate. I know that if he's released, he'll do incredibly well. And he has all the support he needs to go forward in this, you know, not having been in trouble since 2013. He's got his hobby shop. He's able to drive. He's able to do maintenance work. He has all the tools and he's ready. I believe he is very ready at this point to be able to be a productive member of society.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mudd. Okay, Mr. Lewis, your case has been assigned to me. So I just have a few questions for you. How long have you been in prison on this charge?
28 years, sir.
28, okay. And you're 63 years old?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you're still working on your GED, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's a good thing to try to get. I did see in the report where no one ever actually saw a gun, but they did see you motion towards your front pants. That's why the officers felt that you may have had a gun. And in the original statement, the guy did say he had a gun. Just thinking about it, were y'all both doing drugs that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay, be truthful.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
y'all. Did he owe you any money for drugs or anything?
No, sir.
Okay, so you just took his jacket you liked, or what?
No, sir. That ain't what happened. It was cold, and I asked him could I borrow his jacket and to go in the store, and he said yeah. And when I come back out, we took off in the car, and the police got behind us, and I just jumped out with the coat on, still on.
All right. Did you take his wallet too?
His what?
Wallet.
No, sir. I don't
All
think
right.
that's it.
All right. You got a minimum institutional record and minimum custody, like the warden said. Did you take any victim classes?
No, sir. I tried to take the class, and when I presented that letter to them from the victim, they told me I didn't need it, sir. They wouldn't let me take it.
All right. And you had 10 DBs, none since 2013. That's all the questions I have. Do my colleagues have any questions?
What about substance abuse classes? Have you taken substance abuse classes while you're in there?
Yes, sir.
Which one take?
AA,
100 hours.
100 hours,
Living in balance.
living in balance, 1 and 2.
Any specific other substance abuse classes? Anything other than those 3?
No, sir.
No.
Okay, you have any questions?
I do not.
Okay, is the panel, ready to vote?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Lewis, I looked at your record since you've been in. Before, your record was bad, but now you're 63 years old. And you realize, any more offenses, you won't be out.
That's right.
Done for life.
That's right.
I'm inclined today to take a chance on you. I was on the board when we granted you your pardon. You haven't done anything negative since we had that hearing. I think you're trying. But I want you to go to the parole project. And Mr. Myers, I would like him to stay there at least a year to get back reintegrated. Okay, can y'all handle that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, we can.
Okay. So my vote today is to grant your parole to the parole project where you will stay at least a year, learning how to react and stuff. Get with your family. You got good family support. Don't go back to the same area. I wouldn't go back to the same area. Try to go somewhere new and start a fresh new life. Okay.
That's what I want.
My conditions are that you will, once you complete that, you will go to 3 AA meetings a week, AA or NA. And at these meetings, you can tell people what happens. What can happen to you by selling drugs and being involved. So that's my vote today, is to grant.
My vote is also to grant parole to the parole project and continue to work on your ISET. I'm not making it mandatory, but I think that I would encourage you to do that. And I think you're ready.
Myra.
I'm gonna vote also to grant parole conditionally, that you would be evaluated by Steve Hall for your substance abuse, because it was an issue back in the beginning at the commission of the crime. Your sister told us it was been a problem your whole life. Just want to make sure that anything that you have that you haven't got taken care of yet gets taken care of yet, so you set up right. Agree with the parole project support for 1 year, and during that time, Mr. Myers, I'd ask you that you try to put him in some kind of victim awareness class. He hadn't had any victims awareness classes. So that would be on the outside once you get out. So you just need to get through Steve Hall evaluation and follow whatever they tell you.
Steve Hall evaluation.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
No numbers on Steve Hall.
I'm being told, I was hoping maybe.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was being told to clarify the evaluation. Could you give us more information about the evaluation he needs to do, the Steve Hall evaluation?
Steve Hall is the program, and if they say he needs a 90 days, he does 90 days. If they say he needs a 6 months, he does 6 months. If they say he needs whatever they say he needs, follow their recommendation for treatment.
They say he needs nothing.
If he say he needs nothing, he can go straight to the program.
Thank you.
We just want him evaluated for the substance abuse before we put him on the street, which we all know is full of substance abuse.
Yes, sir. Okay, I understand now. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And okay, Mr. Lewis, your parole's been granted to you. Don't let us down. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank y'all very much.
All right. All right, Mr. Pierce, we're here today for your parole hearing. Joining me on the panel is Mr. Ledoux to my right, Mr. Barrott to my left, and my name is Pete Freeman. I'll be the acting chair. Would you state your name and DOC number, please?
James Pierce, 269133.
Okay, Mr. Pierce, you are a second felony offender. You had a parole eligibility date of 8/1/2021. Your adjusted good time date is 2/6/66, and your full term date is 5/1/82. You are serving a total of 85 years. Operation of vehicle while intoxicated, manslaughter, and first degree vehicular offense. So Mr. Pierce, tell me a little bit about yourself. Why should we consider letting you out today, and what did you do?
Well, sir, the last time I come on the board, I think Miss Renata and Miss Jackson said they wanted me to get a class and keep doing what I'm doing and get back on the board. I've got what she asked me to get, plus about 6 more certificates besides that. I'm still doing the same job. I have changed. I'm a completely different man, sir. I want to help.
And what happened on that night?
That night, I had went to Pine Prairie. It's a 40-minute round trip from my house, and I got a 12-pack of beer. I drank 3 or 4 16-ounce cans of beer, and I was coming, and I live on a gravel road, but it's got a little blacktop, but I can take a gravel which intersects 2 blacktops. Okay, well, it's got 2 hills, but when you're coming up on top of this hill, you can look. If it's another vehicle, you can see the top of the vehicle. So when I come up on the hill, I didn't see no vehicle, and I glanced at my clock. It was 8:13 p.m. And when I looked back at the road, I seen a reflector. And I whipped my wheel and hit my brakes, and I whipped my wheel to the left, and I never seen Josh and Tyler. That I'd sent you a copy of it. It looked like the little road, little one-lane road, and it's got limbs come all the way down that in it. And Josh and Tyler was behind them limbs, and I'd never seen them, sir.
Okay. Did you stop after you hit them?
Sir?
Did you stop?
Yes, sir. I stopped, I got out, I gave both of them CPR, no chest compression, but I didn't want to push on them. But I gave both of them oxygen to no avail. I begged God not to take them, sir. Anyway.
Okay, Warden, what do you have to say about Mr. Pierce?
Mr. Pierce, he's a minimum A trustee. He's assigned to our range crew, which is where we do our pistol training and everything. So he's a very trusted inmate here, because we do have a lot of ammunition and stuff at the rifle range. He only had 7 DV reports in his 26 years of incarceration. The last one being 2017 for Rule 14. He also participated in substance abuse, T4C, his 100 hours. He got his GED. He got trade in graphic communications. He also did the victim awareness class and the letter training. And he took substance abuse twice. He took it again in 2023, along with in 2012, after he got the Rule 14. He took it again, and his tiger is low. He's a real a good inmate. He follows the rules around here, and he's no trouble at all, sir.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Welcome.
Okay, now we'll hear from Kerry Myers, the Louisiana Parole Project.
Yes, good afternoon. Kerry Myers of the Louisiana Parole Project. We're here to support Mr. Pierce. We supported him at his previous hearing in which he was denied. The board made recommendations back then, and Mr. Pierce not only followed those recommendations, he exceeded those recommendations. Should this board grant Mr. Pierce parole today, he'll come to our program. He'll immediately receive a substance abuse evaluation from our social worker and follow any recommendations given there. He has addressed those issues more than once, and addiction is a very difficult thing. But he also recognizes the issue. He, as Warden Ambo said, he took Celebrate Recovery, Living in Balance, T for C, all after his last his disciplinary infraction. He's on the range crew, which is a highly trusted position, as she said. Our experience with clients who have worked on the range crew is because of their responsibilities, the personal responsibilities that they have while they're there, are very successful. One of the, just I think it's the nature of the job and the nature of the responsibility that's placed on them. We just asked this board to consider. He's got 402 days of CTRP credit built up, which just shows he's been involved in continuous programming. So we would just ask this board today to consider those factors and the recommendations of the warden and grant his parole today.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Randy Pierce, your brother.
That's right. All right, thank you. My name is Randy Pierce. I'm the youngest brother of James Christopher Pierce. First, I want to thank all of y'all for allowing me to speak on behalf of my brother Chris. But most importantly, I want to express our deepest sorrow to DeVille and Fontenot families. I can't imagine the pain Mr. and Mrs. DeVille endures each day, much less that dark night. Chris also endures sorrow each day, knowing his actions caused this most devastating loss. But only by the grace of God, forgiveness can be found. Chris has great remorse, and not a day goes by that he would trade his own life for this to have never happened. Forgiveness is either hard to give or hard to obtain. What is there left to do? The Lord tells us to pray, and we have for so long, and will continue to do so, and hope that the DeVille and Fontenot families can find peace and forgiveness in their hearts. Over the last 27 years, Chris has truly become a changed person. He understands how his addiction can affect lives of so many, but his conversion of heart has not come without much reflection and thought. Chris will carry this burden the rest of his life, but never again will he drink, much less drink and drive. Chris has taken many skill courses and self-improvement and has embraced AA to overcome his addiction. Chris could have easily given up over the years, but he chose to be a productive part of the correctional system. He has earned the trust and respect of his warden, achieved Class A trustee. His rehabilitation comes with great responsibility and potential if given the opportunity. So please allow the justice system to function as it should by allowing my brother to realize a second chance. My wife and I are both here to support Chris in any way possible, but please understand we would not offer our home if we truly didn't believe Chris is a changed person. He will live with us and has a job waiting for him once he gets out. We have multiple people willing and able to sponsor him in their AA meetings, both through our church community and work. Our daughter, Hannah Amon, is a licensed social worker, and son-in-law, Scotty Amon, is the director of Louisiana Adult Teen Challenge in Lafayette, as well as a licensed minister. They are both here to offer additional guidance needed for Chris to reenter society. I ask you to thoroughly thoughtfully consider giving Chris a second chance to make a difference outside the prison walls. 27 years will not change the outcome of this tragedy, but the most honorable board can allow a son to return to his mother, a father to his kids and grandkids. Please consider giving Chris the opportunity to make a difference in their lives as well as others. Along with our mother and family, we are here for Chris and hope that you will grant him parole today. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Katie Pierce.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me. I'm Katie Pierce to speak on behalf of James Christopher Pierce, my brother-in-law. 27 years ago, Chris's addiction ruled his life choices. But today, I appeal to the parole board and the DeVille and Fontenot family to listen with an open heart and mind that who you see today is a better rehabilitated version of himself than that man who entered into Angola 27 years ago. Chris utilized his time in incarceration to become a better version of himself, and doing so without his freedom. He could have given up all hope just existing behind those walls, but he didn't. He kept his sense of dignity and learned humility, which promotes empathy for others. Chris cultivated positive relationships built upon trust and respect from his peers and Angolan employees, as well as learning advantageous life skills. But what speaks volumes to his growth and character is his Class A trustee status. Without direct supervision, often alone, he has been entrusted to operate heavy machinery and tend to cattle, often spread out along thousands of acres on the Angola property. There's a quote I would like to share with you. It bears witness to the very character Chris possesses. The true test of a man's character is what he does when no one is watching. What he or she does when no one is watching truly is the ultimate test of character. In front of you are the many letters of support from family, friends, and employees, along with his class certifications. Objectively, this all speaks to his integrity. However, we strongly appeal to your subjective decision. What you hear today in support of Chris is 27 years enough time served to appease the irreversible horror of that evening, the loss of 2 young lives? I'm not sure how anyone can put a final count or number of years to define when is enough. But please, in no way do I intend any lack of compassion or disrespect for what happened to the families that night. I truly am deeply saddened for the suffering you've all endured. Chris can never fully erase his debt to take away the years of suffering and grief any of you have experienced. He's expressed his wishes to trade his own life for Josh and Tyler. But we know this isn't possible, and the burden of that awful day will forever weigh upon his heart and soul. He just wishes for forgiveness, trusting that he will continue to atone for his past mistakes, but as a rehabilitated, free man. No crime is ever warranted or good, but the outcome can bring positivity. The future can and will hold hope for Chris and his family. Chris made a good impression on me many, many years ago because he is a good man, and I still believe that good man exists here today. However, an unthinkable impression was made on those 2 families 27 years ago. He was portrayed as a monster with malicious, calculated intent to do harm. This just isn't so. So I appeal to all that Chris has accepted his wrongdoing. He has used his time to his fullest potential to rehabilitate himself with a strong ability to make better life choices in order to re-enter into society. Had I not personally witnessed Chris's transformation, showing sincere regret and remorse, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be here in good conscience to testify on his behalf. So in closing, I'm asking mercy from the families and board to grant Chris a second chance at life, that the justice system 27 years ago that rightfully incarcerated him, but that this same justice system today can exercise, promote, and prove the notion that our justice system has success stories of rehabilitation, and that James Christopher Pierce is just that, a success story. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Larry Johnson, family friend. Is Larry on?
Thank you, Your Honor. They had told us that Mr. Larry wouldn't be speaking today, so he is not present. And we'll witness as his friends and family.
Okay, thank y'all very much for being there to support. All right, I also want to advise that Miss Alice Johnson is on Zoom in support, and Mr. Christopher Pierce, his son, is also on Zoom in support. Okay, now we'll hear from the victim side, Miss Cynthia DeVille. You're on mute.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I'm the mother of Joshua and Tyler, and I'm speaking today for numerous family and friends that are on the YouTube channel watching and listening today. I still hear where he is not acknowledging what happened that night correctly. Those boys were innocent. They were not at the top of the hill. They were at the bottom of the hill in a ditch on the opposite side of the road, trying to get out of his way. He cleared mud through a ditch. He stopped. He stopped because he was bogged down with one child pinned under his car. Give CPR. He couldn't stand up. He was sitting on the ground when I got there, kneeling between my two sons in the mud, praying for God not to take him. And he reaches out and tells me to chill out. No, there's no remorse there. He's apologized, but only when he had to for a program he was doing in the prison. He wrote a letter before he was sentenced, asking us to ask the judge to be lenient on him on the sentencing. He has not proven to me that he is sorry or apologized for anything or feel any remorse, because the only time I've heard it from him is when it's in his best interests. He's been through AA several times, but apparently it did not help him any, because he continued for over 16 years. He has received citations for intoxication and driving through Texas and Louisiana, throughout those two states. He's hurt people. This was not the first accident that he had had. He almost died in one of them, but he continued to make the choice to drink and to drive and to use drugs. His eyes were so yellow that night, his face is burned into my memory. But he got intoxicated inside the prison. I mean, that's over 20 years being in there. Then he decides to get intoxicated. That doesn't prove to me that he's going to stop drinking. He got intoxicated because he felt down. He felt depressed. Well, life isn't a bed of roses out there. He's going to get depressed and down. What's he going to do then? What will he turn to? I wish I could feel differently, but I just cannot feel any different than that he will turn back to alcohol and drugs if he has the opportunity. It's good that he has been taking courses, been doing things and improving himself, but I still do not feel that he needs to be out among the community, because another family is going to suffer at his hands, just like we have been suffering. As far as forgiveness, you have to forget to forgive, and I cannot forget what he's done, and the fact that he still wants to put the boys in his way, and he swerved, which is inaccurate. And I know it's in the court files. And so that tells me there he is still not accepting responsibility for what he's done, and he has not changed in any way of feeling sorry or remorse.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it, Mr. Bill. Okay, your case has been assigned to Mr. Barra. Mr. Barra, you have any questions for him?
More like information for the record. The facts of this case are: on May 3rd, 1997, the Evangeline Parish Sheriff's Office received a call about 3 children being run over by a car driven by James Christopher Pierce. Upon arrival, they found Joshua DeVille, age 10, and Tyler DeVille, age 7, deceased, and Patrick Fontenot III, age 10, trapped under the vehicle. Pierce had fled the scene when recognized by bystanders. Reports indicate that DeVille, father of the 2 deceased children, had come upon the scene and found his children behind the car in the ditch. He encountered Pierce and was told Pierce told him he had just run over 3 children. Patrick Fontenot was trapped under the car and had asked Pierce for help, but Pierce told him there was nothing he could do. Patrick was later rescued by his father and other bystanders. Mr. Pierce left the scene and was not found for 8 hours when he turned himself in and tested positive for alcohol at 1.10%. Pierce told police when he came over the hill, the boys were in the road and there was nothing he could do. Officers interviewed Bobby Taylor since Pierce was at his residence the afternoon of the accident. Mr. Taylor stated to police that Pierce was so drunk that he asked at least two times where he was. He also stated that he had offered to drive Pierce home, but Pierce refused the offer. When the boys were killed, when the Bill boys were killed, Mr. Pierce had previously been convicted of 5 times for DWI and convicted in 1984, 1987, 1988, 1994, and 1995. With all that being said, I don't have any questions.
I want to say I don't have any questions at this time.
Is the panel ready to vote? Okay, Mr. Barra, you vote first.
I have no choice but to vote to deny parole based on the strong victim opposition, the strong law enforcement opposition, the seriousness and avoidable nature of the offense, and that you've only served less than 1/3 of the original sentence handed down by the jury. So I recommend to you to continue doing the programs you're doing. I think that's a great thing. Continue with your rehabilitation classes and apply again when you've served a little more time. But right now, you've only served less than 1/3 of what the jury gave you. Still too early to get out.
Mr. Ledoux?
I concur with my colleague. I do want to say that you have a good institutional record, and I would encourage you not to be discouraged, to continue along that line, so that when you are released, that you will be productive. Thank you.
One of the speakers said that, it's hard to put a number on how many years is enough. But I have to totally agree with my colleagues, 26 isn't even close. So my vote today is to deny.
Thank y'all, brother.
I think I just exited out.
Okay, the parole board is called back to order. Our next case will be Mr. Elston Robertson. Mr. Robertson, please state your name and DOC number for the record.
Elston Robinson, 104013.
Okay. Mr. Robinson, we're here today for your parole hearing. I'm gonna read some information to put into the record. Mr. Robinson, you are a fifth felony offender. You were giving a life sentence habitual for PWID cocaine, and you had a PWID possession with intent to distribute, also habitual offender where you got 15 years. So you got a life sentence plus 15 years. Your parole eligibility dates. Here it is. Okay, 8/1/21, and you have no good term date. And your full term date was, of course, the life. Okay, so Mr. Robinson, I want you to tell us what you did to get yourself into this situation and why you think we should consider letting you out today.
Well, I was on the scene of the crime where a vehicle pulled up and the camera was sitting on the dashboard and they caught my face on the passenger side of the vehicle.
Okay, and what about it? Why were you arrested?
I was arrested at the jail years past, a year past. I was arrested at Gretna Jefferson Parish Correctional Center.
Okay, and why should we consider letting you out today?
That I'm gonna be a good citizen to society and move forward in my life.
Okay, all right. Ms. Warren, what do you have to say about Mr. Robertson?
I can tell you that he's a medium custody offender, and he's assigned to Falcon 4. He works line 24, and he's also in GDE school. He has a total of 42 DB reports, and the last one being 2/13/21 for a 3 and a 5. He completed several classes, including 100 hours, anger management, T4C, and more compass. And that's it.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
All right, we're gonna move on to those in favor. Miss Cheryl Robertson, your sister, would like to speak.
We don't understand him, ma'am. He can hear you.
I can hear you.
Yes, I feel like he paid his dues to society. I lost my oldest brother. He's getting older, and that's him and my baby brother, the only brother I have left.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. All right, we also have Miss Charlene Robertson, who's your sister.
Yeah, she not,
It's support, not speaking, right? And Joe.
He went back to the court.
He's not in here, sir.
Okay, and Joseph Williams' brother-in-law.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Randall Mars.
Good afternoon, Randall Meyer, Assistant DA, Jefferson Parish. So at Mr. Robertson's last parole hearing, he was denied in part, I guess, because of lack of programming. From 90 to 2000, he had 9 arrests and 6 convictions for cocaine offenses. He hadn't had any significant programs to help him with that drug addiction that I could see in his application. He said that he applied for programming only to be backlogged. And it kind of concerned me that a note in the DOC file, the record says that he has no history of substance abuse, so he wasn't put in programs. I think he's got a long history of substance abuse. I think he needs some, he's got a life sentence for selling a couple of 2 rocks of crack cocaine to an undercover officer. You know, I think he needs some help before he can get out. I'd like to see him like do maybe the Steve Hall program to give him some chance to you know, learn about the addiction and try to beat the addiction, you know, and give him a chance. Absent that, we would be opposed to his release.
Okay, thank you so very much. Okay, so you think he needs substance abuse, right, Mr. Myers? But if he took that, are you still opposed to his release?
No, if he took a long-term substance abuse treatment program and passed it, you know, did what he's supposed to do, then I would take no position.
Okay. And you said,
Thank you very much.
You said it was 2 rocks of crack cocaine. Is that in both, encompass both of these crimes?
If I'm not mistaken, all of it, that might have been 2 different times, but I think all of it was small amounts of cocaine. It wasn't, it's not like he was, you know, he was a street level deal. It's not like he was, you know, selling pounds of cocaine.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Byron, you have
well, one of them was how much cocaine? Can you tell us a little bit about okay, Mr. Robinson, you have a long history of dealing cocaine. If we let you go now, how do we know that you would not go back to that business?
Oh, I'm through with that. I'm through with that, sir.
What would you do for a living?
Oh, I would get me a job and work like I've been doing.
Do you have something lined up?
Yes, sir.
You're working at a restaurant.
You have a job lined up for him?
Yes, he's gonna be working with our cousin at the restaurant in Norco.
And then I'm working on him a second job, sir, at a restaurant.
All right. And then just looking at your record, we let you go. You cannot commit any other crime, not parking tickets, nothing. You've already been arrested 28 times for 44 crimes, 12 of them against a person. And you're sitting here with a life sentence and a 5th offense as a 5th offender. Any violation, if you would get out of here, would be considered serious, no matter how small you think it is.
I understand, sir.
Fully? Okay, want to make sure. And I see that since your last hearing on when you were denied on the 22nd, November of 22, you did complete victims awareness, thinking and victim letter training, Malachi Dad's currently enrolled in Thinking for a Change. Did you finish Thinking for a Change yet?
No, Thinking for a Change just had restarted back up.
Still in it?
It had shut down for a while. And it just had restarted back up.
And I don't see
I'm like 13 weeks into it all together.
He's 13 weeks into it. I think it's only 22 weeks for it. He's 13 weeks alone. So he has another 9 weeks.
What about any other substance abuse classes while he's been there? I don't see those.
I don't see any substance abuse classes at all, sir.
I'm looking for that, looking like Drug Dealers Anonymous and stuff, nothing?
Nothing.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I had for him.
Yeah.
I don't have any questions.
Mr. Robertson,
yes, sir.
You attend AA? Do you go to AA meetings?
No, well, at the time I didn't know until a guy on the campus told me that I should attend those meetings.
You should have been attending any kind of meeting with dealing with substance abuse. Okay, is the panel ready to vote?
Yes.
Okay, we are gonna vote. Mr. Byron?
Mr. Robinson, I think we're gonna give you a chance today. Our vote is gonna be a conditional release, meaning you have to complete the Steve Hall drug treatment program,
yes,
a
sir.
1-year program before you get out. Once you
All right.
complete the drug abuse program, you're gonna be out and you have all the tools you need to stay drug free. And just remember, any violation, I don't care how small it is, we're giving you a break on a life sentence. We're gonna consider everything serious. You're gonna have to be a perfect parolee. If the parole officer tells you to report on a certain day, report that day, not the day before or the day after. If they tell you to go to this class, go to this
All right,
class.
sir.
Other than that, your life is gonna be what it is right now. Okay? You with me on that?
All right, sir.
That's my vote.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Robertson, I didn't see any clear release plans. My vote is going to be to grant to the Steve Hoyle program for a year. I want you to make sure you have a good residence plan. And if you're going back to the same place, you need to be careful because people, places, and things will trip you up. And you need to get a job lined up. Okay. I know you're 62, but I think you need to be employed during the day. Be a Walmart greeter. Just don't be on the streets doing nothing. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and my vote, Mr. Robinson, it's gonna be the same, but I'm gonna add 3 AA meetings a week when you get released. And also a curfew from 9 PM to 6 AM. The only reason they can change that curfew would be if you had to go to work or you were in the hospital, then the parole board would change it. I mean, the parole officer will write for us to change it. Now, you're giving a heck of a break here, and I do believe the longest Steve Hall is 9 months, I would believe. So
Okay.
the longest program that they got, we want you to complete. And upon that completion, follow any recommendations that they give you. Today, parole has been granted in lieu of. So you got to complete that class before you'll be released.
Okay, sir.
Good luck to you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, the board is called back to order. My name is Pete Freeman. I am the acting chair today. To my left is Mr. Barra. To my right is Ms. Ledoux. We will be your panel today. Mr. Billiot, state your name and DLC number for the record.
Bob James Billiot, 491-885.
Okay, Mr. Billiot, you are a first offender. You are parole eligible on 2/17/25. Your good time date is 10/21/36 with a full term date of 10/19/2061. You were given a 60-year sentence for the crimes of aggravated incest, forcible rape, and forcible rape. 25 years, 25 years, and 10 years. How do you, does that sound correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Today, speaking in opposition, we'll have Erica Darden, one of the victims, and Miss Brandy Walden, who will be speaking on telephone because she was unable to get in via Zoom, one of the victims. So we will get to them at the proper time. Mr. Billiot, tell me something. What did you do and why should we consider letting you out today?
Well, I made a terrible mistake, sir. I was at a bad point in my life, and the drugs and the alcohol played a big part of what happened.
Okay. And what happened?
With the rape, both of them, there was nothing. I can't take it back what happened. I can just ask God and everyone else to forgive me. I wasn't in my right state of mind, that's to say the least.
Okay. All right. And why do you think we should let you out today?
Well, I'd like a second chance if being granted by this board and everybody else, and maybe I could make amends some kind of way and leave my kids something. And whoever I hurt, I'd sure like to do any kind of counseling or whatever I can to make amends for what I did.
All right, Mr. Billiot. And my last thing before we move on, how long have you been in prison on this charge?
20 years, sir.
20 years, okay.
Why do we have a hearing?
Okay, Warden, what do you have to say?
I can tell you that Mr. Billiot is medium custody. He's assigned to MAG 2 and he works in a mattress factory. He has a total of 7 DB reports, the last being 4/20/2014 for Rule 1. He just got his GED in September of 2023. He has completed 3 phases of sex offender treatment. He has anger management, substance abuse, 100-hour pre-release.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Currently enrolled in thinking. He's currently enrolled in thinking for a change too. He's currently enrolled in thinking for a change.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now we'll speak to Miss Erica Darden. Miss Darden? Is she connected? Okay. Miss Darden, can you hear me? It shows that she signed in. Okay, let's speak to our other daughter, other victim. Brandy Walden, victim. I think she's gonna be on the telephone. Is she listening right now? Okay. Miss Brandy, can you hear me? Miss Brandy?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thanks. Great. would you tell us what you want to know, what you want us to know about Mr. Billiot?
This man destroyed my life,
Okay,
destroyed my entire family. And when I came to me with him being paroled on today, everything stopped. I don't even know how. I guess the reason I'm speaking today is not only because for myself and my family, but my daughter that turned 16 years old today.
okay, Ms. Walden, we thank you for getting on. We know it's very hard. Miss Erica Darden, is she with you or is she on?
Hang on 1 second, I can text her.
Tell her she called.
Together, but I have came down with COVID.
Okay, well, if you can, get in touch with her. I bet that's her calling you right now. Answer.
He's calling. Okay.
Okay. She's getting ready to call.
Ms. Norton, you still there? What is your relation to Mr. Billiot? Are you related to him?
Talking Brandy?
Yeah. No, Eric's
still there.
Erica.
Miss Walden, are you still there?
Here.
Okay, Mr. Barra, I had a question for you.
Are you related to Mr. Billiot? Is he a family member?
I'm his daughter.
Daughter. Okay, that's what I thought. Just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Okay, we're still waiting on Erica.
She texted me back and said that her mic isn't working.
Right, we wanted her to just call in like you did, and we put her on speakerphone. So if you could advise of that, we'd appreciate it.
Okay.
Okay,
Can I ask him a question?
yeah,
Let's
we
look
probably
at the
wait
question
to-
for you.
yeah.
So I see in my records that you had a parole hearing in 2007,
Yes, ma'am.
but you didn't have a parole date. Parole eligibility date is 2025.
Well, I think what actually happened was before I had those other two charges, the first charge was in St. Mary Parish. And I was about up for the third of my sentencing, right? When I went on the parole hearing, they said that I had a detainer, which was in Vermilion Parish.
I got you.
And originally they said that no other charges was gonna be brought upon me, but
It was a different parish. I got it.
Good. Is Miss Erica called in yet? Y'all have a number for me?
Hello. Yes, this is Answer.
How you doing, Ms. Darden? Sorry for the complications. Would you state your name and relationship to the victim and tell us what you have to say?
My name is Erica Doherty. I am the niece of Joe Wyatt. And I hope that y'all can reconsider allowing Malcolm parole as he has broken a lot of laws. And I don't think that he's sorry for what he did. And that's what I don't know about
Okay. Well, we thank you, ma'am. We know this is very tough.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much for getting that.
Our staff is asking that you try to cancel your Zoom that's connected.
That's okay. Okay. All right, Mr. Billiot, yeah, we got that. Okay, now Ms. Ledoux, will be leading this, hearing. Ms. Ledoux?
I just want to make sure that I understand. My records show that these sexual acts on your immediate family members started when she was 12 and ended not long after she reported it, which means she was in her 20s. She was 19. Is that correct?
I think that's what was stated, ma'am. Yes,
You're the perpetrator, you would know.
ma'am. That what was said from the time she was 12 to 22.
I'm asking you, you're the perpetrator, you're the person that was involved. Is that true?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay. I see you have taken sex offender phases 1 through 3. Do y'all have 4 and 5 there?
Yes, ma'am, we do have 4 and 5. 4 and 5 are for those who want to become mentors and teach the class.
I understand. Thank you for that, board member. I didn't know that. So what would be your plans if you were to be released?
Well, I would love to get my captain's license back and to let the board know and the victims also, I'm totally drug free. I have been for a long time. I know that's what a lot of this caused this situation. And I'd like to get my captain's license back and go back to work and work on the boats like I did. I was a pretty good captain. And if I can, whatever I can and whatever I could do to help and to rebuild any kind of relationship, to help my family, get my family back in order, I'd do it.
So, but where would you live? You don't have a planned.
Well, Miss Marion, Mr. Dwight Johnson found a place somewhere in St. Tammany, which I'm not familiar with the area at all, but they said that they would accept me there. But the first step was to make parole.
Okay, I got you. Because it is difficult to find a residence as a sex offender.
Yes, ma'am, I understand.
Yes. Okay, yeah, I don't have any other questions.
I have no question. Mr. Barra?
I have no question.
Okay, is the panel ready to vote?
Mr. Billiot, you served 19 of 60 years. The history of how long this abuse took place, I am going to be denying your parole today.
Yes, ma'am.
I vote also to deny parole today due to the seriousness of the crimes, the multiple victims, number of times the crime was committed, the age of the victims, 12 and 13 years old, strong law enforcement opposition, and victim opposition. But I recommend that you complete as many classes as you possibly can before you come before the board again and continue trying to learn as much as you can about your problem.
I concur with my colleagues. It's a very, very, very troubling crime committed on family members. 19 years, I vote to deny. Your parole's been denied. 3-0. Good luck to you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, we'll call back to order. With me today is on my left, Mr. Byra, Ms. Ledoux. To my right, my name is Pete Freeman. I'm the acting chair. Will be your panel today. Please state your name and DOC number for the record.
Yes, sir. Henry Stevens, DLC number 494517.
Okay, that's right. I'm gonna read some stuff into the record, Mr. Stevens. If anything is incorrect, tell me about it and we'll look into it. You are a first felony offender.
Yes,
with
sir.
a parole date of 6/16/24, good time date of 10/27/34, adjusted. You must have lost some good time because originally it was 3/15/34. And your full term date is 6/16/39. You were given a 35-year sentence for the charge of manslaughter. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You have no speakers today. So, Mr. Henry, tell me today, why would you consider letting you out and what happened? What took place to get you arrested?
I had a bad encounter with a guy and we both were intoxicated, got in a physical incident with one another and he threatened my life and it spiraled out of control from there and he acted on it and I responded to it. It was a poor decision. It was a decision I made out of fear and uncertainty. And I deeply regret it. Deeply regret it.
And why should we think about letting you out today?
I would like to have an opportunity to prove myself that I deserve a second chance. It's my first time offense ever in prison, and it's been a real hard one. I've experienced hardship on hardships, and seeing loved ones die, being in here is hard. You know, and my dad's about to pass away soon. I hope and pray I could be out there with him what time left he's got left, and do something positive for him.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
No, sir.
Okay.
I just like to live life in peace.
Okay. Warden Ambo, what do you have to say about Mr. Stevens?
So Mr. Stevens only been here a year. He came here in May of 2023. Since he's been here, he has not had any programming. Because of the fact that he's been in protected custody a couple times, he's been transferred to and from facilities and in the past. So he hasn't had any programs. I'm not sure right now if he's on a backlog for any programs, Ms. Jody says he is. I think he's on a backlog for anger management and victim awareness. So through the time he's been in jail, he only had 25 DB reports, with the last one being 12/3 of 2018. And that was a Rule 4, which is a low court DB. So basically, that's all I have to say. I don't really have much on him.
Okay, could you tell us about his good time? Do you know any why he lost 300 and something days and only got 75 back?
Yeah, if he's only had 25 write-ups and he lost 301 good time days, I'm a little confused.
Yeah, I'm gonna let my record manager explain it to you.
No, I wouldn't only go 75.
So when he asked for his good time back, his 301 days, the warden at that time only gave him 75 days. So it was up to the warden's discretion to give him the full days back. How many we
What made it lose 301? What kind of,
How many days could you approve? Only given 280, right?
right, we could have given all of it.
We could have gave all 301 back. But he's eligible to apply for restoration of good time again now.
Do you know what caused him to lose that much?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Around the DCI, they're real strict on the 21s. I have, I think 4 or 5, but they're consensual 21s. And they're real hard on that. They hit you hard with pretty hard there, but it's good time.
And they should. Okay.
Okay, and some of those can't be restored. Some of those days that you got
Like if you have
a 21, yeah, escaping 21s are hard to be to give restoration of good time back to.
Thank you both.
So
We appreciate it. Got it now.
okay. All right.
All right.
That was a big concern to me. Mr. Stevens, was that loss of good time, and it's still of concern to me. Jazz, can y'all turn the thank you. That's still of concern to me. You know, at this point, I don't have any questions. When you were given manslaughter charge, you could have been given a second degree. You pled down to manslaughter, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that was a huge break right there.
Yes, ma'am.
You only get 35 years. And you haven't really proven your conduct is where it needs to be in my mind. I think you're working there, but I have concerns about that. I don't have any questions.
I have no questions. Mr. Byron?
Says in the police report, y'all burned the car with the guy in it. What made y'all decide to do that?
I don't know, sir. I can't. I guess it's the cleanest way to hide the evidence. I was intoxicated and not thinking clearly. And I was, everything was just bad, just bad.
All right, thank you.
Have you taken any substance abuse classes?
Yes, sir. And I do have anger management. I took it. I don't know whether it got lost in my file or not, but I do have that class. I do have that and character counts, which I think that's the best class I've ever taken. Character count.
Okay, is the panel ready to vote?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Ledoux?
Mr. Stevens, it's not going to come probably as a surprise that I'm going to deny today, but I need for you to get involved there in some programming. I need to keep your conduct where it needs to be. You're still young, and I think you have an opportunity to do better in the next couple of years, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna concur with Ms. Ledoux on that, based on the violent and senseless nature of the crime, the strong opposition from the victim's family that we didn't talk too much about, the law enforcement opposition, and that you've not served enough time for a murder charge. You barely above half of it, and that no programs substantially have been completed. So get some programs, like she said, before the next appearance at the parole board, and you'll have a better shot.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, and I concur with my colleagues. My vote is also to deny. But now that you at Angola, getting some classes, and as many substance abuse classes as you can.
Yes,
okay?
Sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Good luck to you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, we're here on the case of Marcel O'Connor. Mr. O'Connor, please state your name and DLC number for the record.
Marcel O'Connor, 108824.
824, that's it, okay. You're here today for a parole hearing. You are a second felony offender. Your parole date was 8/1/2021. Adjusted good time date is 7/1/2113. Full time date is 6/3/2123. You were given 124 years and 11 months and 12 days for the offenses of armed robbery, revocation of good time, second-degree murder, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, and manslaughter. Attempted second-degree murder. How do you plead to, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell me a little bit about yourself and what you did and why you think we should consider letting you out today.
First of all, I'd just like to say, I committed the crime and I'm really grateful. I deeply regret what I did. I shouldn't have never had the gun from the beginning, but I was lost. I actually lost
Warren, you have anything to say?
Yes, sir. Mr. O'Connor is a medium B trustee. He's assigned to groundskeeper and he's in literary school. He has a total of 190 DB reports. His last one being on August 30, 2018 for Room 28. He's currently enrolled in T4C. He has taken victim awareness and he did 100 hours in 2015, and he did a 100-hour refresher course in 2022. Oh, I just got this. He just completed literacy. He got his scores back. So he did complete the literacy class.
Good. Congratulations. Okay. Your case has been assigned to Mr. Barra. Okay. I'm sorry. First, let's go to the victim sister, Miss Deanna Fisher.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Please state your name in relationship to the offender.
Sure.
Victim.
Sure. My name is Dina Fisher, and I am the sister of the murder victim. I heard attempted murder. My sister's dead, killed her. So I am the sister of Bridget Bradford Briggs, whom Mr. O'Connor murdered. I am the aunt of her, Bridget's son, who Mr. O'Connor shot as a child. So during this, well, let me start with saying that my sister left this man because of just brutal physical abuse. And during the last parole hearing I attended, it was February 9th, 2022. He laughed and smiled and stated that my sister, who he beat badly and subsequently murdered, was the love of his life. He also stated that her children, whom he also abused, that he adored them. I was literally sick to my stomach hearing this articulated as love. My sister's oldest son was in attendance as well and also equally appalled. I would also like to talk a little bit about the day of my sister's murder because Marcel O'Connor pulled up. This is after she left him. He kind of stalked her and tracked her down and pulled up to the home of one of her friends. And outside playing were a group of kids, including my sister's 2 daughters who were 6 and 8, my nephew, who he sent in the house to get my sister out. My sister came to the door and he opened fire with a bunch of kids out in the yard. I'm not a psychologist, but I do recognize lack of impulse control. And I'd like to give you some context because my family moved to the neighborhood we grew, where he lived in 1975. So we grew up on North 47th. His family lived on North 48. I would walk past his parents' home to go to the grocery store all the time. I did not become acquainted with him specifically until 1997. And the reason for that is because he was always in some facility or somewhere else because of some trouble he had been into. I know his siblings, his mom, his dad, but he was never around. I do understand that there are people who deserve second chances in life, but this is not that case. He has proven that he's a repeat offender. Every time he's gotten out, someone has paid for it. I implore the parole board to consider the gravity of releasing someone who's capable of firing a gun in a yard full of children playing. I implore the parole board to consider the trauma to my family members who still live in Baton Rouge, including my nephew, who was one of his victims. I implore the parole board to review his history and come to a conclusion that puts public safety first. In my opinion, as long as Marcel O'Connor is physically capable of harming someone, there's a high degree of likelihood that someone will be harmed. I'd like to thank you all for giving my sister a voice here today, giving my nephew and nieces a voice here today. I'd like to thank Victims Assistance for that as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you showing up.
Sure.
Your case has been signed to Mr. Barra. Mr. Barra will lead in the questioning.
Need to talk a little bit about some more of the details of the case that hadn't come out yet. On June 8, 1984, you and a co-defendant, Alton Davis, tied up the clerk at the store in the back room and took the uniform shirt as a disguise and held a cocked pistol to his head, made him open the cash drawer, and you made the victim give you the money. You told the victim, if you say anything, I'll blow your MF head off, and cocked the pistol that was later found in the bathroom cocked. And when the police arrived, you were found inside the store with the cash and money orders in your pocket. So that was one crime that we haven't even, part of this that we haven't even touched on. And then the second part of it, which Ms. Fisher gave most of the details, was that you located Ms. Briggs after your ex-girlfriend and showed up at the house and advised you had some money for her and asked her to come outside. You sent her 10-year-old son, Charles Bradford, to get the money, but you would not give it to him. So you demanded she came outside, and when she did, you started firing your gun, and you hit her and you hit him, both of them. So my question is, were you trying to shoot the boy too, or he just got caught in the action?
No, sir. I wasn't trying to kill nobody. I laid there and got very upset over some money. We argued, but the victim ain't had nothing to do with it. It ain't her fault, it's my fault. I take full responsibility for my action. I never tried to hurt the little boy. It was just me and her that we got upset about.
So what did you go there for? That's kind of like my question. Why were you there? She didn't go have intention of hurting nobody, and you wouldn't give the money to the son. And when she came out, you started shooting. Well, it looks to me that you went over there to shoot her. And I'm just giving you a chance to tell me, you know, what did you go there for if it wasn't to shoot her? Because it looks like you went over there to shoot her.
No, sir, she come to the car, we talked for a few minutes, and a car passed, so she left and went back across the street to her car and stood in the back of her car. So we started arguing from across the street to me park in the street talking to her. And that's when I got upset and shot her.
And you did see that there was all kinds of people in the yards and stuff where that was happening, or you didn't see that?
No, sir, all the kids were inside. The Mr. Butler had ran all the kids inside. Except Mr. Charles. Mr. Charles come with her. He was on her side, but no other kid was outside. Matter of fact, when the gun was shooting, you know, it shot tires out the car on the side, shot a hole in the house. You know, I mean, I lost control.
That part too. So there was a lot of shots fired. How many shots did you say were fired?
5.
Excuse me, Mr. Barrow, I have to ask, when the gun was shooting by itself?
No, man, I had the gun in my hand.
You were shooting, when I was shooting the bullets?
Right.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so that was, why did you think that you needed to kill Miss Briggs that day? Well, you're saying you didn't go, so I guess my question doesn't make sense to you, but.
I didn't go there to kill her.
Problem. What was the problem that actually you were trying to solve, or what were you there for?
We had talked about some money a couple of days prior to that, and she supposed to been giving me some money on some debt that we was in.
And how long had you been dating her before you actually killed her?
We've been together over about 2 years, over a year, right at 2 years.
All right. And I'm looking on your February 9th, 22 hearing where you got denied. What kind of programs have you completed since that day? Since you got denied that day, what type of programs did you complete? Because I don't see
victim awareness, CPR, victim awareness, and I'm in thinking for a change now.
Gordon, can you verify that he completed programs since February 9th, 2022? Those he's talking about?
The only one I can say is victim awareness, and he did a refresher course for $100 pre-release.
Since February 9th of 2022?
Yeah, and now he's in T4C. He's currently enrolled in Thinking for Change.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
That's all the questions I had for him.
Okay, let me ask you something. Did your family know about this hearing?
Did my family know about what?
The hearing today.
Yes, sir.
I'm just kind of curious why we don't have no one here speaking on your behalf.
They supposed to been talking on my behalf. I don't know what happened. I talked to them last night. They said they had everything set up.
All right. I have no further questions. Ledoux?
No.
Bara, are you ready to vote?
Yes. All right, Mr. O'Connor, after reviewing this, talking to you, I have no choice but to deny parole today based on the nature of the crime, the multiple crimes, 2 different offenses, the multiple victims, and the strong victim and law enforcement opposition, which we didn't talk about either, the strong law enforcement opposition to your release too. I wish you good luck while you're there, and I recommend that you continue taking classes to better yourself and fly again when you're next eligible.
Thank you.
My vote is to deny based on lack of institutional progress, opposition. You've already got a plea agreement, and all of your disciplinary reports.
I concur with my colleagues, and it would needs to be noted that you were on for armed robbery when you committed this offense, so you still having guns and stuff, so, you know, take some more classes and then reapply. But today, parole has been denied.
Thank you.
Okay, we are closing out at Angola at 2:54. Warnambo, thank you and your staff for your hospitality.
Thank you, Warden.
Thank you. Y'all have a good day.